All right, everybody. Perfect. Morning, everybody. Thanks for dealing with me starting a little bit late. I'm glad we're recording now because I was just recounting the details of sick children, which is probably not great for posterity. So, um, welcome to our next to final discussion on landscape task force. We're gonna talk about where we go from here. Did my slides change just to double check that you're seeing that? Perfect. Um, I wanted to at least, before we kind of dove into too much, just kind of have a little bit of an intro here to kind of talk about where we've been. One thing I wanted to pause and just think about as I was kind of prepping for today and we were, getting through the report is something I think that we heard at the beginning. And I can't remember, Drew, if it was something you said or Greg Fisher, or, honestly, just a sentiment that we've kind of finally moved past the point of talking about if we should remove turf and if we should change landscapes to really a movement that we should. I think there's a lot of things that obviously in our timeline in the report you could point to of just synergies around that. And one of those pieces is this task force. And I do think in some ways it's historic. When we were, planning for this meeting, we talked a little bit about how many of us are actually working together for years. I mean, I was thinking about that, like Drew and Laura and Kay. I mean, I think we've known each other 15 years, and many of you have relationships that maybe extend beyond that. And certainly we've got a lot of new friends on here too. But, we've been talking about these things for a while, and it's cool to really be able to dig in a way. I think maybe on some level we'll kind of cover this. We didn't all get to dig in exactly the way we wanted to, but I think just in terms of what we're doing, setting the tone for where we need to go, and really hitting pause on, even though we've been talking about this stuff for years, hitting pause to kind of take a beat and think about where we're at and how we can make things better and how we can continue to advance things. I mean, this really is a historic effort. I don't think the state has ever assembled a group of 21 people to think about landscape change specifically in the context of water conservation, the water plan, and CWCB certainly. So with that, I do want to say thank you. I know it was a bit of a grind going through the first report. Our goal was really to try to get that out, warts and all, so that you had the maximum time to review it, so that content wise that we had it. Understanding that created maybe a little bit of anxiety and extra work on your end just as you started getting into copy edits. I think we kind of thought we might just get a global, you need to do a copy edit, but I do appreciate those of you that took some extra time there, and we'll talk about how all that broke out. So for all the meetings we've had, for your work on the report, for the conversation we're going to have today, I just really want to thank you so much. So again, I just next few slides I want to cover really a review of our goals, where we've been, what we heard, how we responded to what we heard, and really what we want to get out of today. As I was prepping for this, I just started with a slide deck, just went back and said, well, what did we say before? And so a few of these where you'll see this kind of on the right-hand side, you see it says kickoff slide. This is the slide we showed you at our first meeting. We had a few, we all had our one-on-one check-ins before that, but this was kind of in our entry slide deck. We said we'd have 4 to 6 meetings. We'd have a breakout session at the Colorado Drought Summit. They're aiming to have a final deliverable in January of 24, and then we want to make the most out of our time, which I certainly think we've done. So we've worked through all those things just as a check. Have we done what we said? And we added, our one-on-one meetings, the Drought Summit panel that's mentioned here, but also we also had our Water Congress panel, and then potentially we'll see if we still are feeling as a group we want to have the Monday meeting as well. So we've done a lot of work in a short amount of time. I wanted to also reflect, this is another in our kickoff slide, because I was thinking about this because we definitely got some input, and I bet some of you at least feel that is like, is water conservation the main driver or the only driver when we're talking about landscape change? Our original mission statement that we kind of put out there, what's the problem we're trying to solve in meeting one, said the Urban Landscape Task Force is working to identify opportunities that can provide sustained outdoor water savings in ways that support vibrant communities and avoid unintended consequences. I thought that was important to kind of just refer back to, because there's a few things in there that maybe are things that we got some input on. So for example, I think we heard from this group, water conservation may not always be the main driver of why we're doing some of this. That may not necessarily be the state perspective as we went into this. I think we're very much thinking about, our gap numbers and how we can shave that off. But certainly water conservation is a piece of it. But it's important just in terms of the framing, how we came in. The other thing I think that stands out to me is, we really want to think holistically and avoid unintended consequences. I think one of the comments we got back is that maybe framing things up as unintended consequences is might sound negative. Um, so that's something that we addressed, but we weren't trying to sneak anything in the end is the point. That's just how we kind of came into this. Again, if we look at our kickoff slides, we talked about the 8 things. These were from our one-on-ones where we had kind of the more detailed questions and we stepped through each of those. And then at our first kickoff meeting, we also stepped through each one of these. And these are the same 8 questions you're seeing in there. At the same time, I think, we got some immediate feedback that, we're excited to talk about so many things that, extended beyond the 8 things. And that's great. We did that. We have those additional discussion areas. Originally, I think we kind of framed that up as big ideas, just as a placeholder text. We got some feedback to change that. So we just changed that to additional discussion areas. And we also got some feedback to break those into themes. So it was a little bit more clear. So we did that. Again, our state interest coming into this was really thinking about that, 740,000 acre foot gap by 2050 number, and thinking, what portion of that municipal gap number could we shave off? So if, of the total water use in the state, municipal use is 7%, and 30 to or 40 to 50% of that is outdoor use. That's a number. How much of that number is locked up in non-functional turf, or how much water savings we're going to get from replacing it, are still questions that, as we've talked through, we're trying to run down. I don't think we've answered that fully, and there's a lot of maybe data gaps and future exploration we need to do, but that's absolutely the focus that we were coming from. Again, we heard a lot of, here's some other things that you need to take into account, and some of these things weren't always explicitly things that we felt were easy to capture. At times we did try to reflect this, but we didn't always get direct comments that were, make an edit to this section here. But I want to just highlight and honor what we heard from you is, and I think we heard this multiple times, like early, is, hey, it's great that you're talking about this state number. That's not wholly important to us. And maybe it's even a poor framing, because if I'm thinking about my community and the water use in my community is 50% outdoor, that's a bigger number from my lens. And that's really where you should focus on that. So we wanted to, honor that we heard that. We want to honor that we heard, that there are the benefits beyond water savings I just covered, that there's, this, certainly wasn't our intent to frame up anything negatively, but that, turf replacement should be framed up, or, landscape change should be framed up in a positive way. That's certainly our intent, to do that, but we just want to make sure and put a placeholder in that we heard you say that. And then we also got feedback, that this was a lot, especially as we started to veer out beyond the 8 things. Maybe on some level it was too big a scope for the time that we had. So to honor those things and to make sure that you all know we heard that, and that anybody reading that, that's the first thing you're going to see coming into this report right before you get to the recommendations. So we kind of just wrote up a preface and we captured those things, because I think we got a little bit input of like, hey, well, we should have that conversation at this meeting. And certainly we can take the conversation where it needs to go today, but our sole mission is really angled towards finalizing that report. And I think, especially as I'll unpack some of the numbers here, what we heard and some other feedback, but I think really focusing on the recommendation seems like the right approach today. And we heard that. So we're really going to try to focus our time there. And of course, if there is room or those other conversations creep in there, more than happy to have that happen with the time we have. But also, just if we didn't get to them, I didn't want that to get left on the cutting room floor. And I wanted you all to know we heard you loud and clear, and we wanted to make that clear for anybody that's coming into the report. As I looked back at our, where do we start things? And we talked about, just, this was a slide from our first meeting as well. We're looking for general agreement of what's right, best practices to leverage, and what needs more input. So again, you see that framed up as recommendations in the end of recommendations to advance, the things to be on the lookout for, and the things that maybe need more research and analysis, and potentially should be supported with funding. We said that CWCB will funnel group ideas that rise to the top into a final report of considerations. and post that online. That is absolutely what we tried to do. And today I'm excited, and I know we got input on that to dig into recommendations more today, because we were really trying to eke out what we heard, and kind of find the through lines where we had general support, or maybe a way to think about that too is not pushback, right? So a good example of that would be, nobody said I hate education, or doing outreach is a bad idea, right? Like that was universally, seemed like something everybody supported, and without an explicit vote, we pulled that out because it seemed like that had buy-in. I think we got one comment that was made along the way from one of the task force members that said something to the effect of, the first draft report, or maybe even where the report landed, is a function of where we got in our conversations. And I think that's right. We didn't have a lot of like, this should be a recommendation type language. And so that's why I'm really excited today to, get that gut check from you on where we landed with what we pulled out. Is it right? Should it be tweaked, or should it be moved around? And we did a little bit of that tweaking just based on the input that we got. We talked about some sideboards, like we're not writing policy or regulation. We can't tell the governor or legislature what to do. We're not, always, we're saying more can or could kind of language generally. But I will say that as we went through the comments, I think that you were pretty respectful of that. We received over 700 comments. We also, through kind of our other group of advisors, so, DOLA and some other CWCB staff like Kevin Reedy probably got another 100 plus on top of that. So, but just focusing on these 700, we really felt like we could address 100% of the comments, and that they didn't really run afoul of anything that we saw as a flag on our end. So those sideboards weren't necessarily needed. Some comments, to be fair, for caveats here, some comments conflicted. So there was some take this out, keep that in kind of language. Where we heard that, we tried to find the through line of, maybe the title could change, or maybe we could, soften the wording of this, but we keep, the general, discussion in. So we tried to kind of find those through lines. If we didn't nail it, we've, got some additional time, and you have the document that you can run through and provide edits through next Monday by midnight. And some comments we got weren't always clear. I would say some weren't necessarily even edits. Sometimes they were just questions. Overall, and I put this up just for a reference point, and Jenna, you can maybe give me the approximate number of what 6% looks like in terms of out of 700. I know you sent that to me, but we didn't get a ton of specific comments on the recommendations themselves. Honestly, I think that kind of surprised me, which is again why I think it's really important for us today to talk through those recommendations. And we only got recommendation comments from about a third of the task force, which maybe also surprised me, because I think potentially, I think we all know when you're talking to decision makers, they're usually going to read the short thing and not the long thing. And so by all means, we should get the text of our discussions and the context correct. And I think we've really tried to honor that in every way we could. But I do hope in the recommendations, we're just making sure that you all feel good about that today and making any necessary changes. Jenna, maybe let me just turn this to you, and you can fill in that stat that's missing. But here's just a pie chart of kind of how the comments we got were broken out. And again, to be fair, I think Jenna, you would probably say this too, but even we got 6%, roughly, that were specific to the recommendations, but there's probably things throughout the document that arguably touched on that and helped shape our thinking ultimately. And we certainly got one that was, a really explicit comment, I think, from Amy Moyer regarding drought and ongoing conversations with headwaters communities, that was a very specific, hey, this should be a recommendation, and we added that in. So Jenna, do you have some context to add there at all that you wanted to chime in with?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to caveat too that these categorizations helped us with the editing process. So understanding, what is a statement that maybe we can address during this meeting, what's a question that we can address. Things that were alternative language were more, directly written. We change it to this, change it to that. Sometimes, as Russ said, those were conflicting. So we were trying to find that through line and figure out what wording made the most sense. That came into, there was a lot of feedback for, what does this mean? So that's where the glossary comes in at the beginning, just to make sure that we're all on the same page so that whoever's reading this can read it in the same way. Those recommendations, there were about 44 of them throughout the report. So some of them were actually on the recommendation section, some were peppered in, some maybe were a recommendation, but also maybe just alternative wording. So we went through the entire report many times, reread the comments, went through the spreadsheet, highlighting, flagging any that were in any conflict or were competing with each other, and then applied it to the report, went back into the edits, make sure that we were doing that, reorganized, restructured. I know there was some feedback on the 8 question sections with what's the general discussion versus what's opportunity, what's something that might be challenging, and that's totally heard. That was fantastic feedback because it helped us also structure the recommendations into what they are now, thinking, you're right, some of this was just a conversation that we heard, some of it we got more consensus, more agreement on, but that doesn't mean that, it's the final recommendation because we haven't really dove into that and had a chance to talk. So that was sort of the overall process of editing. There were some, like delete is on here, there were some areas that some people or one person was like, we should just take this out, but then there were other comments on there, so we wanted to try to honor everybody's input and make sure, if somebody wanted to delete, we were trying to infer that intention as to why, and then see if we could balance it with the other comments. So it was a very fun, I'll say, but tedious process. It was a good learning process to get into it and understand, or try to understand, where everybody was coming from. And our hope is that we reflected that well in the report. But I am confident, based on the last round of edits, that you will tell us if that is not the case. So Russ, I'll pass it back to you.
No, thanks for that context, Jenna. And yeah, I mean, I can't, I know you all put in a lot of time and have put in a lot of time through this whole process. I also just want to say staff have done a tremendous amount of work here, and try to be transparent about that. You have a copy of all the comments so that hopefully it's a little more straightforward. I think there's multiple pages of those in that spreadsheet, but we wanted to do that just so that you saw we didn't take those and just brush them under the rug. We really tried to do our best to make this your report, and if we didn't get it right, we wanted to hear that and fix it. So hopefully that shows. Jenna, maybe I also turn to you if you want to expand upon this. I'll just briefly say, the buckets of things that changed. Obviously, the recommendations we tried to some cases consolidate, and in one case at least add. Several cases reword or make clearer. Try to where possible, kind of make them feel actionable. I think that was a big through line in there, and I'll talk a little bit about more of that in a second. We have the preface that I already covered. We added a glossary. You may think there are additional terms or something you'd like to see there. We added some points of agreement, and that was something maybe Jenna, I'll let you speak to in a second of how we got to that. But I think just kind of following the through line of comments of the common things that we heard that the task force saying that seemed important to kind of tee up the recommendations at the end. We added a conclusion. We really tried to work on tone because we've heard that. Often I think in government, our tone is generally default of like boring, not necessarily negative or positive, but I think where it was perceived as being negative, we certainly tried to fix that and address that, especially if we had specific direction on how. Those are kind of key things. Jenny, you want to add extra to that, what I said?
I mean, I think you covered most of it. I'm having a hard time opening the second draft with the recording, but just we were really trying to hear what you were saying throughout and make consolidations where we could so that we didn't have a ton of redundant information going on, making it very clear where the recommendations were. So you don't slide by them, change the green checkerboard, because that was clearly not something people liked with the recommendation. So it was really the intent of our redesign and restructuring was to make it as an easy read as possible. And also, Rick, I know you had a comment on there that was, who's the audience? If we're saying what's going on, and we wanted to make sure that this report wasn't too high level, so the everyday person who maybe has no idea about any of this could pick it up and still read it and understand the context and the background, but also not make it so easy to read that people that are working in the industry are like, great, you haven't said anything new. So we're really trying to strike that balance with both the tone of the way we approach things, but also just who this is accessible to. So there is some background information, but we've reframed the way that it's said. So as Russ said at the beginning, we're all aware that non-functional turf is not something that should be in our environments. It's not helpful for us unless there's a functional purpose. But if not everybody knows that, there still needs to be some sort of context and background there. So there's some educational pieces filtered throughout just so that everybody can be on that same page. And then as far as the points of agreement, that is before the second set of the recommendations. And that's really just kind of the truths that we were telling that that we talked about in the very first meeting when we were talking about the landscapes and how we wanted them to look, but also the realities of the situation that we're living in. So that's just an extra for me to go into the recommendations. So just another point of something new. But other than that, I think the preface and the glossary up front should be helpful for people reading because it kind of provides this map for the tone and the intent behind everything. But if you have any questions, at the end of this, we can go into any of those sections if you want more clarification at all, even though we recognize that you had very little time to read it before today, but
fair. Very fair.
Questions going forward as well.
And Kat did a really awesome job, put in a ton of time to really, after we kind of got all the general corrections made, of just doing a clean read all the way through. So it felt like it was one voice and consistent. We got some comments around consistency. Kat, do you have anything that you would want to flag in here, or just something we didn't hit on?
Nothing super substantive. I want to thank all of you for your edits. I kind of referenced back as I was going and saw the comments and tried to, like Russ said, thread that needle and make sure that we were trying to cover all the content that you wanted in the right way and in the right tone. So I'm hopeful that I got us closer to that, and I'm excited to hear what your thoughts are.
So thanks, Jenna. Thanks, Kat. So what comes next? I want to just kind of be clear on next steps. We can do what we need to do, but obviously today our goal is to focus on the recommendations primarily. We're just understanding you didn't have a lot of time with the report. If there's something else that flags in for you and you want to bring that up, but by no means is this meant to feel limiting. More just to really make sure that we do due diligence on focusing on what I think will probably be the most read part. But if there's something else in there that you need to speak to, for sure, feel free to bring that up. Also, you can provide comments back to us. We have on the books held a potential meeting December 11th. That was the only date that worked for the majority of people's calendars. I want to say everybody, the hang up there is it was kind of split between the days. So we've kind of got one long hold. The reality is half of you can meet in the morning, half of you can meet in the afternoon. There was no majority on any other dates that week. And obviously our deadline is getting through December 15th. So kind of just putting in these next steps here. Our hope is that today we're going to focus in on the recommendations, and we're really going to, I think, get some more attention on maybe the part that, at least based on edits, maybe didn't get as much scrutiny, but probably really needs, your careful review. From that, and after 700 comments and really doing our best to kind of try to get us in the right direction, we're hoping that the next review from here is really a red flag review. I mean, Jenna and Kat and I have already gone back through and said, oh yeah, this is something that we can clean up. For example, the recommendations in the front are the same page that we copied down to the back, and I think the text at the bottom of the recommendations that are on 27 needs some slight edits. So there's just a little bit of cleanup we didn't get to: footnotes, citations, endnotes, that kind of thing. We will be working on that, and we're going to have our comms staffer, Katie Weeman's been gracious to say she'll do a final copy edit. I think when we have her do that, we'll be clear to really just focus on true copy edit and not really the words, because I know the words are important to you and may not be the words necessarily the comms person would pick in cases, but we'll really try to have her be judicious, but just help us clean things up. In the same way, we hope that you will be judicious. If 21 task force members each make 10 comments, that's a lot. If you make 20 comments, that's a lot. And I can just tell you, based on the 700 plus, we need every scrap of time just to get you a responsible draft back this last time. So we're really hoping that these will be your must-have edits. If they don't substantively change anything, the meaning or the intent, and it's just this could be said better, that's a no-brainer. We can easily take that. If these are substantive changes, again, getting to that, take this out, keep this in, we really can't make those kind of changes if we don't have the majority of the group saying, yeah, I agree with that. So again, that's hard to do online. You are able to see each other's comments. It's also hard if we decide to keep the Monday meeting because we got 2 different meetings to spread that across. It may be something that after today and how you're feeling at the end of the day, so we can review that. Either way, we will do those copy edits, probably have a legal review. I'm sure there's some disclaimer that we have to add, which we add to everything we do. We'll make our, those red flag edits that you give us, and then really land the ship to give to the Gov's office on December 15th. So I just want to be clear about how we're thinking, and put that in your mind as we get through today. You can see how you're feeling at the end of the day, and we can revisit what we want to do on December 11th. And then our goal is after Gov's review, and this came up as a question, so just to hit it again, somebody asked, I think it was you, Drew, what happens? Are we expecting Gov's office to make reviews? I think, or make edits? The answer is, I guess, I truly don't know, but I would be a little surprised if there was any kind of, maybe any edits. I mean, there might be something, but if there was some kind of change, we would obviously let you know. I think it's much more likely that it might be like in our, disclaimer language or something like that. But we would definitely let you know. Our intent is not to pull the wool over anybody's eyes, send a report that we send to the Gov, which we can send out to you the same draft. It's not to like deliver something that's totally different or has any hidden Easter eggs in there that change. Like, I think it will be probably the same report. If we get some kind of flag that we are directed to change, obviously the governor can direct us, but we will let you know what that is. I don't expect that. I don't think that that's probably a concern, if I'm honest.
Hey, Russ.
Yeah.
Drew just has a question in the chat. I'm not sure you can see about.
Oh, go ahead.
Just about moving the review timeline with the governor's office review, if that's possible.
Yeah. It's a hard time to schedule the next meeting, and it's hard to do online edits after today. Like, just tell me why the governor's review timeline is so firm.
Drew, this is to maximize impact for you. So we are trying to get this out in January. That's always been the goal, so that it can be something that's there for the next session. I think that that's always been the goal, so that if it's going to have an impact, if it's going to be something that anyone wants to read, if we're trying, we can't tell the legislature what to do, but they're certainly interested, that we have something that's ready by Water Congress. And to do that, and given the executive order, which is a new thing that came in July. We now just have to build in this month review. It's also the same deadline that the Colorado River Drought Task Force has. So we're just being consistent, trying to have all things out by Water Congress.
So it's mostly to make sure that the legislature has something to look at for this year's session.
I mean, I guess I would say everybody. At some point, you just drag things out and you don't really have an impact. Like, to me, we're going to hit a lot of people at Water Congress if we're able to have something it's timely for the legislature. And I don't think our intent was to ever have this be an end-all be-all document. There's too many things spinning that we just don't know about. There's a lot of research that is coming forward with people that are on this task force that will be informative. That may not land for 6 months. So I think, we had to have a deadline. This is the same one we started off with, to have it ready in January. And that's what the deal is. Yeah.
Yeah. So in that context, maybe I will think about how the recommendations may be different, or, in the frame of, if we're really targeting the legislature, maybe there would be different things that we would say.
Yes and no. I mean, I think that this is going to be, I think we've seen this as an evergreen document. We want it to be timely, but I think the scales that we talked about this being impactful at are state scale, local scale, and even neighborhood scale. So I don't think that should be your lens, if I'm honest. I think that, some recommendations may be things that honestly are going to play out at a neighborhood level. Some recommendations, like, there's a recommendation that's very clearly linked to the legislature, like, hey, task force thinks it's good that you have this ban. If those are the kind of things that, for sure, when we're talking at that scale, think about that scale. if there's things that could cut across scales, think about that. I definitely would not say that you should angle every recommendation.
It's not only,
Yeah.
It's not only about the legislature. Clear.
Correct.
Yep, that makes sense.
Cool. Good question, Drew. So then I think, kind of just getting in here, I wanted to talk a little bit about actionable outcomes. I know there's some email chat about that. I always love it when you send our own press releases back to us. I think we were always a part of being on those, so we know what they say, but I appreciate the call out. I will just say that actionable probably means a lot to everybody. Just in the same way that when you came into this task force, you might have had different thoughts or aspirations or where you thought you would get. And that's just different from everybody's perspective. To frame that up, I think every task force, work group, committee, always aims to be actionable. Of course, that's the hope. Of course, if we're putting energy and effort and money and staff time behind this, we would like it to be actionable. That doesn't always happen. The anti-speculation work group had 1 year and made 0 recommendations. Colorado River Drought Task Force is tracking on a similar timeline with you over 6 months, but they met every 2 weeks. At the end of the day, we are under no obligation to create a single recommendation, but it's our hope. And the reality is, if you look at the report, we have many. And so we could take some out. We can rearrange those. If we really feel strongly about it today, we can wordsmith. I think that would not necessarily be the most effective use of our time, but for sure, something not said the right way. We need to correct that. But in addition to these 3 recommendations to advance, we also have, again, as we framed up in the beginning, here's some things to look out for. Depending on your lens, that may not seem actionable, but I think we're directing and saying, hey, this is important stuff that's coming down the pike. You should pay attention. And then we also have these 11 areas for additional research and analysis, which at the end of the day, because this task force doesn't have any authority to direct, doesn't have budget it can put behind things, and is kind of at the whim of who will take this up, these things might be the most actionable elements that are in here. These are the things that you can say, these are all stuff that that are going to inform the next leg of what we put. This is very much like a baton pass in a relay race, not us winning the gold medal, right? We are trying to pause, take a stance on where things are at now, kind of survey the landscape, no pun intended, and really kind of lay out a course of work moving forward. Some of that is going to be informed by future work. So those are the things to look out for in some cases. Some things, those are things that maybe even some of you that are on this task force will come in for grant work to advance. So the things that are kind of the 13 recommendations, the things we'll bundle through today, are arguably the things that are kind of the more lofty. You support the band, fund turf replacement, have an education program, those kind of things. And they may actually be things that could potentially fold into grant making as well, but they were kind of the higher order things that we were trying to pull out, understanding that we had always kind of had that 3-tier setup of where this would fall. So in my mind, all these areas are actionable. You may or may not feel that way, but I certainly think, we're not here to mince, definition terms, but the recommendations that we have up front too are going to also range, right? Some of those things are very immediate. Like if we're talking about turf ban language, and the task force likes that, if that's still how you feel, that's something that's pretty immediate. If we're talking about, start a campaign or do benchmarking, those things sound pretty important. It may not be clear who does them, and it's hard to make that actionable. So you're going to have a range of things that are aspirational to things that are very specific. I would still say those are actionable. We are trying to lay out the breadcrumbs for the next group to pick up. Some of that will, again, play out at different scales. Those groups are going to be, at the legislature, at the state, at local government, at a water utility, in a neighborhood. We heard a lot about that, a lot about the power of one person to kind of make a shift in their neighborhood, right? And I think we're trying to encourage across all of those areas. So I just wanted to pause and kind of level set. We wholeheartedly agree, and I think we have a lot of good stuff to work with here. So we're going to focus on these areas today with Marjo's support. I think we've got a strategy for kind of bundling those. And
hey,
these, yeah.
Just sorry to interrupt, but Marjo has her hand raised, so I just want to.
Go ahead, Marjo.
Yeah, I'll go into this a little more when we're kind of preparing for how we want to approach the day. But since we've just sort of set this context up, like with the recommendations, when we go through them, you know, there are recommendations that include action, and it's in one recommendation, but it is both state and local government. And yet neither of those, well, maybe for state, sometimes it's called out. So if part of the revisions is to be more directive on like where that action is taken, or to organize them in a way that it's clear on who the recommendation is directed at, that could help, because right now it's just sort of all together. And so I would say as we approach it, maybe looking at them through that lens of, you know, when we were talking about this, who were we talking about and what was the mechanism? Was it funding? Was it a grant? Was it, you know, administrative? Like there was a lot of discussions around where that action could take place, and we can potentially bring some of that back if we need to. That was it.
Thanks, Marjo. Yeah, and I will just tell you, like by you know, in the first draft, it was our intent to kind of try to do that, and we actually took a first pass at that. It's not super clean cut, because I think if you look at any of these, you could arguably say they play out across multiple scales. So you can do that, and feel free to take it wherever you want. I think if that's your starting point, it may be hard. Some of these things lend themselves to all three scales. And so that's what we kind of got to as we were starting to do it. We're like, well, really all three apply here. So like, are we putting plus, plus, plus? It kind of leans this way. That seems weird. So yes, by all means, do that if you want. Just having tried to take a first pass at that, it wasn't so clean cut. But if it is something that's very important to you, that you're really trying to be directive to one group, that's okay. No promises on who ultimately will take those things up, though, too. So I wouldn't want you to limit yourselves, because it could be that even when we talk about turf bans, right, like that can play out at multiple, at least two of those levels, right? So anyway, think about that. I mean, I suppose that could take out at the hyper local neighborhood level too, if it was an HOA who took a strong stance. So just think about that context. But for sure, that's good flag, Marjo. And I think that's really it. You know, I just wanted to kind of again end where I started. We've done a lot. I'll reiterate, we're never going to settle all things related to landscape change. I think we were trying to kind of said, as we said in the opening meeting, kind of suss out what we could of, you know, what's ripe and what's ready right now. Where do things stand now, to kind of put a flag in the sand that anybody can pick up and reference. I have to think a lot of people that might be reading this are people like many of us who got into the conservation field. They're looking at what they want to do. They don't know where to start, and they're going to look at this as, oh, okay, this is kind of where things stand. Here's maybe some good direction to go. Here's some things we could think about and build from that. And that's what my honest hope for this is it's something that we can build from. So we're using this as scaffolding. It's not the completed building. Again, we're doing that baton pass, and we want it to be right now and be that kind of evergreen document that people can go back to and reference. But with, you know, a goal of having 4 meetings, and now we've had 6 as of today, 4 to 6 meetings was never gonna, you know, be the right amount. We heard that from you, especially as we got bigger and broader in scope. But I think you should be proud of where you've landed, and the work that you have done. I think we heard a lot of things and had some really great input on conversations that I've never had in all the years I've been working on water conservation efforts, with Pat McMeekin's perspective. You know, we've gotten a lot of good thinking around this that I think is setting the stage, and I'm really excited to work with you guys today to refine that even further. So thanks so much for everything.
Marjo, if you want to take it away. Thank you.
Can you go ahead and stop sharing your screen, Russ?
Will do.
Okay, so the way first will provide some space to kind of respond to the presentation, but before we do that, I want to just talk through the proposed process for today, because ultimately this is your meeting, and I want to honor the direction that you guys want to go, that you feel like is most beneficial to the task force coming to some kind of cohesion on the final report. So the process I've designed, as Russ was explaining, is to focus in on the recommendations and ways in which those will best reflect the task force and what you want to call a recommendation. There's sort of a history of how those got sort of identified. We've broken them into 6 themes to make it a little bit easier to have a conversation in 3 hours around 13 recommendations. And those essentially come, first off, I should say, has everyone looked at that page, and should I pull it up? Did anyone not get a chance to look at the recommendations? Okay. So I've broken them into sort of 6 key themes. Identify benchmarks and creating a messaging campaign sort of was this theme around, you know, setting a higher expectation for the state that was related to paradigm change. Turf clearly is 3 of the recommendations: support turf replacement, advance turf bans, and target outdoor efforts. We spent a lot of time talking about that. There's 2 recommendations that are related to code and policy. I mean, you could say turf replacement is policy, but specifically around irrigation efficiency and a broader advanced water and land use integration. There's 2 that sort of fall under collaboration and capacity, partnering with industry, build capacity. 2 that are more around incentives and behavior change with economic levers and price signals. And then 2 that are sort of other plans, other focus areas, but related, which was equity and drought. And so I've organized a way to walk us through those 6 themes that will get to those 3, to get to those specific recommendations. And I've created what looks very complex, but is not, whiteboard for us to hopefully walk through those in a way that moves us through and can capture our agreement, and it includes sort of a consensus at the end of those. Before we dive into that and that process, which would be, you know, now until 1 p.m., there's a couple of things to make it work in terms of time. I am not giving you lunch breaks. So I want to first talk about that, because in order to throw in a lunch break, I could not make it work. So there's sort of 2 10-minute breaks interjected into the next 3 hours, with the assumption that you can at least grab a snack and then go to lunch after. But I want to check in with all of you, because if we take like a 30-minute lunch break, it essentially ends our meeting at 12:30. Maybe we will finish by then. I should stay optimistic. So that's one question, just in terms of timing and what you're willing to do. The second is, do you want to proceed through these 13 recommendations and these themes? And I've got, you know, a bunch more I will say around what we're trying to achieve, but, you know, there's some parameters which we need to work through, which is, you know, now is not the time to really come up with brand new ideas that we never discussed and try to make those a recommendation. We need to work within the content of the dialogues we've had in the report that we have, but there might be ideas that you felt are, you know, embedded in other parts of the report that you actually want to bring forward and maybe deprioritize or move down or de-emphasize one of the 13. There might be something like that. Like, that's open. You might want to you know, strengthen the language in these, and we can kind of walk through them, not necessarily word edit, but we're looking for agreement in principle on these. Like, is this what we're trying to convey? And if it's what we're trying to convey, what will make it clearer, or better, or stronger, I guess is maybe the better word. You know, if there were major things that this group did not discuss that were important to this subject matter, you know, that's where it might go into the things we should have studied, or maybe there's discussions we didn't have but are still important and should be considered in the future. But I do want us to kind of focus in on the dialogues we've had. And then, you know, as a group, we want it to reflect what you want it to emphasize. So we are going to try, you know, thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down within this, working towards inclusion of what you want it to be. And we'll kind of like have a big dialogue around it. So that's what I planned. But before, you know, we kind of go down that route, I want to take, you know, let's take kind of 10 minutes to just look at the big picture, reflect on the overview that Russ just provided. And that was awesome, Russ. I actually thought that was really good. Thank you. You know, are we focusing on what you want to focus today? Or do we need to take a pivot in how we approach the day? That I will, you know, pull some magic facilitator fairy dust and go the direction that you all want to go. So with that, let's today, because there's 19 of us, I think there's a lot of us on the call. Let's use the hand raised, or, you know, do this hand raised and I'll see you. But I'd like to take a moment just to allow you guys to kind of respond to what's been presented and respond to the proposal for how we might use our time today. And if you're like, everything's good, you can just do a thumbs up. Lots of thumbs ups. Awesome. Laura?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I do just want to note, which I'm sure everyone's aware of, like, there's a lot here to try to quickly digest and think about and write and put on in a very short time frame, which I'm not super psyched about, but I kind of get it. But I still think we might need more time. And I guess just before we start diving into these recommendations as they're written, because I mean, I heard you say there's flexibility, we can adjust them. I think 13 is a lot. I don't think we need 13. When I look at these, I think some of them can be combined and like reframed. And so I guess I put it back on you to ask the question of like, versus going through each of these and providing input, like how could we discuss, and maybe this is already the intention and I just didn't quite get it, but like, how could we discuss, like, or if there are opportunities to kind of blend some of them together and shrink it a little bit, maybe? And I don't know if others feel that way, but when I read it, I see some duplication here. And I think some things could be like binned a little differently.
We're going to start with, like, are there ones you really want to focus on?
Okay.
Greg?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer my appreciation for all the work you all have done. I think this has just been great, and I mirror Russ's sentiments that this feels like the position we're in, which is we're talking about how to get this stuff done rather than whether or not we should get it done. Like, everything feels like gravy beyond this, and the fact that we're just trying to narrow down what we should do is such a great position to be in. I do agree with Laura that, you know, from Denver Water's standpoint, this is pretty new to us. I mean, I think we've all been thinking about landscapes for a long time, but really have just launched into formal action very recently with signing that MOU. So we are very much in learning mode. So I want to make sure that, well, at least from my standpoint, we're going to learn a lot over the next couple of years. And I don't want to give off the impression that we know everything. And I worry that these recommendations, I think I share Laura's sentiment that this feels like a lot. And it may not be as impactful to the legislature, all of our audiences, if they have to read 13 things and say, okay, like, are we doing all of it? So I share that opinion that I would consolidate as absolutely much as we can. Frankly, like, if we had 4 recommendations, I would be happy with it. So seeing if we could consolidate. Thanks for the time.
Okay. So I think sounds like, is anyone, oh, Austin? You're muted.
I was a little confused about the difference between, so there's the recommendations, which there's 13, and then there's also the areas for research and analysis, and they seem to be very similar in a lot of ways. And I'm wondering if you want us to address them both. It seems like you can't really separate them out. They're very much intertwined. When we address these recommendations, do you also want us to address what they say for the research and analysis side of things? Because you wouldn't want to do them separately. I think that would be very redundant.
Anyone have a follow-up to that? I mean, it is structured, for the recommendations to advance, but you are correct in that there's research and analysis is also something you want to advance. So maybe there's an overall thematic heading that we're not capturing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, yeah, like when we talk about one of the recommendation areas, and I agree too, that I think we do need to condense them. I think that will help. But like if we're talking about something like address equity concerns, and that there's also an equitably distributed landscapes research area for analysis, like maybe we need to be talking about them together.
Right. So more thematic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So potentially there is under these themes that you consolidate sort of policy research.
Exactly.
Something else. Maybe
exactly.
there's a different
structure
structure that you're
much easier to read if we do it that way. Yeah.
Okay. I saw somebody else's hand go up. Who else had their hand up?
It was me, but Austin said what I was going to say. So
okay, great. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll jump in and just say one, super appreciate the feedback. I actually wholeheartedly agree. I think it's a lot. I think that's just again, us trying to eke out everything and not wanting to cut somebody's favorite thing, but I really like this idea of shortening it because I do think if it could be narrowed, it might even be more impactful. Austin, just to your one, and I actually really like that idea of how you could kind of bucket things under, kind of group them together, but acknowledge them. The one thing, just to kind of give you some insight into how CWCB thinks, and this is kind of emblematic of the water plan too. We had a lot of conversation about what the state can do. A lot of times what CWCB can specifically do is just support things with funding. And so calling out those areas for research and analysis was a little bit of a through line for potential support for grant making. I can't say that everything on there would 100% get funded. We have our own criteria, but it was to say this was something that was important. If you wanted to make a grant for it, that might get supported. But I think your idea is really elegant to kind of bucket that. And Laura and Greg and others, I totally agree with you.
Okay. All right. So then I think maybe what we'll do is we're going to go. Let me ask the lunch question. Are you guys okay going to one if we have to with just a couple of breaks? Okay. Sorry to be the taskmaster, but I think this is important to you. So thank you for working through that. So we're going to use a whiteboard for this because we're virtual. I think it will be the easiest way for us to sort of see the same things that we're working on, capture comments and be able to dialogue and write new ideas down and reorganize things collectively. We have used Mural in the past. I have dropped a link in the chat, which I can drop it again. I saw Tori already in there because she's a master at this. So I just dropped it in the link again. I want everyone to go in there. If it prompts you for your name, enter your name. Otherwise, you're going to be given an icon like flying squirrel. And just as a reminder how the whiteboard works, if you do not remember, you double click to create a Post-it note, or we're still going to use the chat for ideas, and the CWCB staff is going to help me monitor the chat. But you can leave comments in the whiteboard. We can kind of work within that space. I have two screens set up, so we're going to be looking at you sort of in both the virtual whiteboard world and in this Zoom world. But if you like have an idea and you're not like getting it across, I want this to be dialogue oriented, not just everyone going and working in the whiteboard. The purpose is to be able to use it as the visual so that we can collectively see changes that they're making. Like if we're going to reorder and reconsolidate and change all of these in terms of the structure, I can just do that like I would if I was using a flip chart. If you do not like the like having to make comments in this, just give it to us verbally, because I can take notes and make the comments within the whiteboard itself. So with that, everyone, please proceed over to the whiteboard, and I will share my screen just so that you can, well, I shouldn't be able to have to do that, but if you will go into the whiteboard, I will call you all to the beginning blue box that says recommendations review. You zoom in, but I can also kind of show you where I want you to be. But we're going to start with the box that is, and maybe I'll orient you to this real quick so that you know what I'm looking at. Let me orient you to what this is in a screen share for a moment. Okay. You should be able to see that, but it's probably very tiny. Zoom is not letting me show you. All right. Hopefully, do you all see a very big, okay, let me just orient you to this and then we'll dive in. So you have, oops, that wasn't supposed to move. What just happened there? That means I didn't lock that down. My apologies. Everything else should be locked. And I've double checked all of that. So what I've created is a lot of white space flip chart pages that we can reorganize. So currently these draft recommendations reflect these key themes that I was talking about. And maybe where we should start is what you think the themes and consolidation should be, because that will then tell us how we want to prioritize the discussion rather than going through them the way that I have structured them. So again, I had sort of created, these setting the big expectation, turf, land use policy, incentives, capacity and collaboration, and then other types of planning. But there might be other ways we want to do this. So I think where we should start, I had kind of said, do we want to, prioritize a discussion of these and focus on some that you think are more important than others? Or do we want to start maybe with what you guys think some of the big themes might be, and we start there and work from that, because that would then give the direction we actually need. So I will stop sharing for a moment. This was the fast, like, whoa, we're going to cruise through these in 35 to 45 minutes, recognizing it was a lot. But over here, what I have the ability to do, and let me just kind of show you what we could do on some of these as we get further into this. I have the ability to, it looks like a lot more than it is, but I have the ability to edit these. So there's a space for me to kind of like make specific edits around some of the themes if we want to refine them. I have the ability for us to do sort of straw polls to kind of see where people's level of support is. So as we kind of like come up with a new framework, we can then kind of pull these over into the document. What I did not do, because I didn't have it on Monday when I created this, was include the additional areas for research and analysis, but we can pull those in as we go along, and I have them printed out so you can just refer to them, and then I can copy and insert it in as we have this discussion so that we're working with all of the content. Okay, does that make sense for everyone? And yes, I will post.
Marta, sorry, can you clarify what you're wanting us to give you feedback on, or?
Well, I think where we're starting, yeah, I think where we'll start is this idea of maybe the 13 recommendations and the numerous areas for additional research and analysis could be consolidated. So in what ways are you guys thinking about that consolidation? And once we get through that, I think it is, well, maybe this is part of it as we go through the consolidation, you know, what are the parts that you as a task force really want to prioritize? Like, what's most important to you to elevate in this? Because there's different ways we could structure this. We could say, these are the 5 things that were most important, I'm making up the number, to the task force that they really wanted to highlight as, you know, areas of opportunity or action or whatever it might be. And then there was, you know, a number of other things that fell under that, that were not, that were important, but not as important. Or it's a large restructure. I think this is the opportunity for you guys to tell us, where do you want these recommendations to go? What do you want it to look like? And how do we proceed? So I'll just open it up for a discussion here. And we'll start with Laura.
As I always have something to say. Thanks. Yeah, I just I am really bad at working in these whiteboards, so I think it's good to visually, but I probably will need to largely be verbal, if that's okay.
That is fine.
I mean, this is still feeling a little overwhelming. So like, I have a few suggestions, but I also, if all of us start saying our suggestions, I could see that being a rabbit hole-y. So I guess I just want to flag that it's okay to maybe start with that or not verbally. Yes.
Well,
okay.
So I want to start with there seemed to be agreement around, it would be better if we consolidated these. So that's some of where I'd like to start.
Okay.
Rather than going through them individually at this point, because
Awesome.
If we can come up with a framework for consolidation,
Yep.
then we can talk about how each of the individual ones fit into that consolidation.
Okay. That's what my first comment, sorry. Like gear. So like, this is just a thought, but there's the one, promote irrigation efficiency. It seems to me that could go away and go under support turf replacement, because I think it's part of that, you know, and I also think it could go under build capacity. So I think you could just integrate the irrigation efficiency under those things. Because when you build capacity, we don't want to just build capacity for landscapers. We want to build capacity for irrigation professionals as well. And when you're doing your turf replacement, as well as your turf limits, like you need to integrate the irrigation under each of those. So I don't know that, I think you could just, and you know, put that there. So that's one thought real quick. And then my other like high level questions, I mean, there are more, but there's that target outdoor efforts. I don't know that, I guess that's a question I have for the group. This says prioritize reducing non-functional turf in the highest water using areas and properties to maximize impacts of investments in turf replacements. I absolutely think a community could decide to do that, but that's not necessarily the way folks are doing it, right? Like I know Colorado Springs, for example, has focused on CII properties just because like they're not necessarily the highest. I guess it's like, what's the definition of highest water use? Like per square foot area. It's just that you can hit large volumes of turf that way versus other communities are focusing on single families because there's a ton of interest in that, right? And so I guess I'm not sure that target outdoor efforts target even needs to, like, I'm thinking that could maybe be one we get rid of. And so I'll stop with those 2 comments.
Okay. And I'm not sure if Greg or Catherine had their hand up first, but I'll start with you, Catherine.
You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Still can't find it after 4 years now. 3 years, can't even keep track. But anyway, yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity to provide input. And this is where I think we might have some diversity of opinions here, where it becomes challenging to consolidate. I do understand the need to maybe find some themes here, but so for example, for us, I probably wouldn't want the one about irrigation efficiency to be put under turf replacement because that's extremely important to us. We find that in our community, promoting irrigation efficiency may be more important than turf replacement. There's more water savings for us in that area. So we would definitely want to propose to people who are looking at landscape water conservation, promoting irrigation efficiency should probably, and from my perspective, be one of the primary recommendations that comes out of this report. And then targeting high water users, I think, for prioritization of turf replacement is how we are going to. So there's just once again, and I don't mean to disagree with Laura, I'm just trying to provide a different perspective that targeting higher water users from a water utility perspective is how we responsibly use our funds. So I don't know. I guess there's complexity around trying to lump these together. I just wanted to say also, I feel very grateful to CWCB. I think this latest round of the recommendations seems a lot more clear to me. And just in general, although there may be opportunity to lump, I think that we would support all 13 of these. So just wanted to give some feedback that way. Okay, now I'm going to stop.
So just a couple things I'm hearing, just to kind of reiterate. Maybe one of the ways in which we approach, like, this entire thing is landscape. So maybe the turf replacement as policy is both state and local. So I think we can kind of have a discussion on sort of that one, because it's all together. Within local action, we're talking about a strategy is maybe some of the wording for this is that, you know, within each community, there is a way to identify your greatest opportunities for impact, one of which might be prioritizing and focusing on highest water users. Because what I'm hearing is maybe that depends on your utility and where your focus and greatest saving opportunities are. But for turf replacement, there is a benefit in larger projects, which I think you guys have talked about. So maybe it doesn't go away, but we need to spend a little time on the language. And then irrigation is incredibly important, and maybe we spend some time in that recommendation as well. Okay, Greg, then Rick.
Thanks. It's funny. Yeah, we're probably going to go back and forth a little bit. Catherine, I very much agree with the irrigation efficiency. I think that we could support that being one of those top recommendations. I will sort of argue the other side of going after high water using. I think there are so many ways you can implement a landscape transformation program. We'll go after places that have no landscapes right now for equity reasons. We will spread our funding around our service area to make sure that we're sort of getting all the neighborhoods. So I think that I'm not sure that this report needs to be really specific about how we go do this. On one thing, I was going from top recommendation down. My first thought on benchmarks is that you could consolidate that. I think there's an open question. We continue to talk about what is the right landscape, and I think that may be different across communities in Colorado. I think it's very hard to set benchmarks until you answer that. So my recommendation would be we consolidate the benchmark conversation with some of the research ideas. And I had it specifically the appropriate vegetation and equitably distributed landscapes. I think it would be difficult to set benchmarks until you have those questions answered. So in my mind, the larger task in front of us is to figure out what landscapes are correct. I think we still have open questions about artificial turf and rock and things like that. Thanks.
Rick, and then we'll let you guys kind of respond to those two ideas.
Thank you. I'm just going to focus on one, and that was the promote irrigation efficiency. And I'm going to have to follow with Catherine on this one. I think that it's incredibly important for a couple of perspectives. One is when it comes to irrigation efficiency, that's the opportunity through management and maintenance where we have the greatest opportunity for either savings or waste, depending on which way we go. So I think that it really should stand alone in that respect. Secondly, we talk about turf conversion, turf removal and replacement with something else. And there's this common misconception that drip is the way to go. And I say misconception because it can be viewed both ways. It's both a positive and a negative. And, when you talk about drip irrigation, people think that it's great, it's awesome, it's wonderful, it applies the water exactly where it needs to go. All of those things are true. But the flip side of that is, I think people tend to overwater drip just as much, if not more so than overhead, because you can't see it. And when you can't see something, and it's difficult to manage something if you can't see it. And so I think there again, emphasizing the need for efficient application and efficient methods of irrigation, and certainly management and maintenance applies equally to things you can and cannot see. And so I think there's a lot of things going on with irrigation efficiency that I didn't want to lose any of those because it's so important. And I think by combining it with something else, we have the opportunity to lose something that we shouldn't. So I'll just, for what that's worth, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I guess if we need another vote for keeping irrigation efficiency separate, you have mine, because regardless of the landscape type, efficient irrigation is important. So whether it's turf or waterwise or Coloradoscape, it's across the board, should be its own standalone.
Okay. All right. I think that is well stated, and we'll kind of focus in on that one. Is there also, just show of hands, agreement that is one we probably should discuss at the beginning of the discussion because it's important along with turf bans? Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about the order we go through because I'd like to discuss the ones you want to discuss the most at the beginning, and then we'll work through them. So I want to come back then, maybe, Austin, you had kind of flagged some of the specific kind of research areas as well. And could you maybe dive into that a little more so that I have a better idea of what you were referencing?
What I was saying is that so when you look at the page of recommendations and then summary recommendations, and then it's followed by a page of areas for additional research and analysis, from a readability standpoint, if we're looking at people with limited time, I'm wondering, because a lot of what's written in the research and analysis section is very kind of redundant of what's already in the recommendations, I wonder if they can be consolidated so that we have a recommendation and then we can either like flag it with a research need tag or something like that, or just have a sentence that says more research is needed on this element of this recommendation. You would take 2 pages and bring it into one and combine all that. It would be much easier to read. Okay.
So maybe one of the ways to do this is for those, as we're going through this and kind of talking about each of these, maybe you guys could help me and CWCB sort of understand which ones you think should be connected to which. Like I'm looking at them right now and I kind of see that there's, like reference to land use codes, and we already speak about land use codes. So what we're talking about is sort of bringing them together. And maybe, going back to Russ's point, he was trying to be clear on, the actionable component of it, and that if all of these were grouped together, they would be actionable because it's references to potential grants. But that could also be clarified in introductory language on, kind of what we're talking about with the recommendations is that they are recommendations across scale and for, you know, administrative action or funding. And then it would sort of highlight under each one of these where that research need is. Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
And I'll just, one caveat there, you know, because I realized that, you know, this is not easy, and I haven't kind of gone through and looked one to one, make sure that every single one corresponds to another one. It's possible there's a bunch of there's several research areas that are kind of orphans that are not related to any recommendation, and so we may need to sort of a separate section still that says, and here are some other research areas that aren't. Yeah. So I don't want to predetermine the outcome right now. I'm just saying. I realize this is very complicated.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking in the comments. Waverly, could you, maybe there was a comment above and I missed it, but could you sort of clarify the target outdoor efforts under local actions for support turf replacement? Could you please clarify that for me?
Oh, sure. That was
Okay.
just in reference to taking the target outdoor efforts discussion on prioritizing where we're reducing non-functional turf and folding that into the support turf replacement recommendation. So, you know, eliminating it as an individual recommendation, and especially as we start thinking about like what are the state and local actions as was discussed. I just am in favor of that.
Okay.
And then the other thing that I just wanted to raise was on the first recommendation on identifying benchmarks. I hear what Greg is saying, that there may need to be some precursors to that, but I am hesitant to eliminate that recommendation. I think that it is an important one that can be kind of researched and put forth from the state level to help local communities understand where they stack up in terms of, you know, outdoor water use and where they should be heading, some kind of high level guidelines and benchmarks. And so I do think that that's an important recommendation, and we spent a decent amount of time on it in one of our meetings. And so I would be in favor of keeping that recommendation.
So let me ask a clarifying question on that one then, which is, you know, I think the question, like if I remember the dialogue that you all had, was this is important for us to be able to compare apples to apples across the state, because GPCD does not do that for us. And we're not necessarily working towards a conservation target. And, you know, maybe there ought to be a conservation target, but what we don't know is what is the methodology, I think, which is what I think it was Rick was getting at, which there is not a clear methodology that's appropriate for the state of Colorado. So does that make it then, you know, maybe do you want to change, when we get into the language, do you want to change the recommendation to be something that is more about the methodology and the need for it in order to, that's the actionable part, versus the benchmarks, just policy can go be made because we don't know how to do it. So maybe that is the consolidation of a research idea with a recommendation idea. Okay.
I think
So-
we can go in that direction, but more discussion would be great on that.
Okay. Any other broad comments, Tim?
Sorry, not a broad comment. It was going to be specific to benchmarks.
Go for it.
Issue with it is the way it's written. It kind of takes two things together. Identify outdoor water conservation targets is a bunch of things, and then it talks about using that to develop a common calculation of irrigation benchmarks. So I'm okay with the irrigation benchmarking calculation research part, but when we lump that in with the first part of that sentence, identify outdoor water conservation targets, I'm a little worried that that reads as let's define total outdoor programmatic savings for individual municipalities or utilities. So more of a wording issue for me.
Yeah. Could you clarify for me on the concern you have around there being a broader, higher level benchmark?
Yeah, so my concern is if you develop a benchmark and say, all, the benchmark is all utilities have to save 20% of their outdoor water use. You don't take into account what's been done by individual groups in the past, where they're all at individually. And so that's a much bigger, kind of broader look than the second part of that sentence, which is developing a common calculation of irrigation benchmarks. That's very specific, as the first part is not specific at all.
So you're saying like a benchmark for measurement would be okay, but not a target, a statewide target.
Yeah,
for
like
reduction.
a benchmark from a calculation for actual irrigation or outdoor water use for landscapes, I think is fine.
Okay. So we can make sure that that gets clarified, because if I recall, that was where you guys ended up on agreement, I think. Okay. Austin.
You're still
Austin.
muted, Austin. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm so bad at that.
Okay.
This may be too late, but this is something I just thought about while reading through summary recommendations and related to the efficiency issue. Because I guess I'll pose the question, like one thing we talked about a bit over the month that didn't really make it in here is this notion of like managing common open space versus individual open space, individual yards. And I guess I pose the question, is commonly managed open space going to be generally more efficient than individual yards? And if so, I feel like we need to maybe at least mention that somewhere in there, that do we want to be promoting a move towards commonly managed open space or, landscaped areas for new development rather than the traditional individual single family yard? And if so, I think that might fall under that efficiency category. And maybe this is just 11th hour quarterbacking, I don't know, but
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're asking a question of whether there should be a either area of research or a recommendation specifically related to promotion and movement towards new development incorporating greater amounts of commonly managed property than individual.
Yeah, commonly managed open space, like moving from a model where everyone has their own plot of landscape to it's centrally managed. Maybe that's too contentious. Maybe that's not someplace we want to go. But it seems like a matter of efficiency to me. And feel free to shoot it down. I'm not married to this.
Joke, and Austin, can I jump in real quick on this just to help with clarifying? Because sometimes we say things and we don't always nail it, but Austin, I heard you just say that didn't really make it in. I think very much so your comment was on our minds, and it was our breakout session in Salida. I remember where you said this, and I very much was kind of enamored with that idea of like, it'd be great if you could kind of categorize like what's easiest to go after, what's the lowest hanging fruit. I heard Laura make some good comments about why we maybe wouldn't want to maybe make that action. I think Greg said similarly about targeting highest use first. I think that was where we were going with that. So I don't know if a through line might be to modify that language with what you're saying about open spaces and fold that into the research bucket potentially, but I'll just throw that out there that was the through line of your idea.
Okay. All right. Catherine, then Greg. And then we're gonna try to figure out how to move forward.
Okay, just wanted to comment on Austin's. I think that could be an area of research. I don't know that I would categorize that as a ready to go recommendation today, because I'm not sure that we see on the ground in reality HOAs necessarily being more efficient than single family homeowners, but it is something worth exploring. I certainly agree with that. And I guess for me, a process question would be, is our time spent better today working through what CWCB has already proposed as these 13 recommendations and kind of nailing those down? Or is our time better spent like reframing it into different buckets? I would probably vote for maybe just working through the recommendations one by one and making sure that those are solid. Um, to me, asking people to read 2 pages is not overwhelming. If they can't get through that, that's okay. So just a thought that although I do agree having simpler themes is important, I would probably, maybe because I like being a little bit more in the details, I'd like to make sure that those 13 recommendations are rock solid.
Yeah, we're going to go through them. I just wanted to see if there was anything magical about how we're going to do it. And I think what I'm hearing is order of discussion in the themes that I've created, and then we'll work from there. But I wanted to just have a general discussion first. Go ahead, Greg.
Just a quick comment. I was going to make, I think, the same statement. I think there's a difference between HOAs and public areas. To Austin, I agree with public areas. HOAs, in my opinion, still have a little ways to go.
Okay. Maybe we drop that in research. Okay. All right. So here's what I'm going to recommend. Let's figure out which of these. I'd like to put these in order of discussion because we will likely run out of time, and I'd like the least important ones to be at the end of the discussion. So from just where you guys focused off the bat, the benchmarks messaging could be in the top 3. I would be surprised if you didn't want to go through the advanced turf, support turf replacement and target outdoor efforts again. And then promote irrigation clearly kind of rose to the top and should be, right up there in the top 3. Are any of the rest of these, do you want to order the rest of those in terms of the discussion order to ensure that we do get to them? So if we do, 1, 2, 3 can stay as they are, we can reorder them, whatever, but that will ensure that we get through those. What about 4, 5, 6 in terms of the themes?
Four, 5, 6 looks good to me in that order. The one preference I have would be to flip 5 and 6. I'm more interested in looking at the advancing equity concerns and the drought management dialogue, but that's just my personal preference.
Anybody else weigh in heavily on that one or care? Okay. All right, we'll flip those. In terms of 1, 2, 3, are you okay with kind of going through this order, or should we start with benchmarks, then efficiency, then turf? No one cares. Okay, now we're going to dive in, and I am going to zoom you guys in. There's a couple ways to kind of proceed through this general kind of dialogue around sort of, we've already made some modifications, particularly to the benchmarks. I at any point could do a straw poll. I can call for a vote, and we're kind of using thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down. Thumbs down would be like, I do not agree with this, and unless we make some substantive changes, and I'd like it not to be in the recommendations. Thumbs sideways are, I have comments, I'd like to make some suggestions, I can live with it, it's not my favorite, but I've got some things to say that I'd like to share. Thumbs up is like, yeah, I'm fine with it. With all of these, what I would like to have discussion around, or, we can say these are, we can kind of think about some of the research themes to pull in that go with them and flag them. We can make some wording modifications. I'd like us to focus on wording modifications that are not wordsmithing. Like if there's things you're like, guys, that's awkward, will you rework that? we don't have to rework that. I'd like it to be substantive in terms of clarifications, clarity to target if you want to focus on that, you know, additions or subtractions that enhance the intent that you all wanted to convey, like we've already started to do. And then, you know, if there are, from your recollection, you were like, no, this was specifically directed at, you know, state, or it was directed at policy for local government, it was directed at, if you want to make any clarifications on who the target audience is, please do. And if you think that there are repetitions elsewhere that you want to make a recommendation for a consolidation or a theme, please do. All right, are we ready? Okay, I am going to move us over to theme 1. And I don't know whether, like, do you guys need to see my screen? Are you able to, are you all able to zoom in? Like, I can bring your attention to a certain area, but are you all right in the mural and seeing where we are?
Yeah, we can zoom in as long as you tell us where you're at.
Okay, so we are in theme 1, recommendation 1, and you should be able to blow that up to fit your screen. The first recommendation was this: identify the benchmarks, and there's already been some recommendations for language change here from our discussions so far. In particular, some clarification around you know, the target being not necessarily a reduction target that is a state-driven policy, but a way in which we can set benchmarks for common measurement in comparison. So let's sort of start with what I might do. Let's work on some wording, and then we'll take a straw poll vote. Is there anyone who thinks that this recommendation should not be in the recommendations section? I'll give you a chance to nix it right now. Okay.
Wanja, I guess I'm not seeing the hands, but I thought that was a comment that was just said that should just go as research. Maybe I'll call out Tim, because Tim, I remember you the last one saying, is that what your suggestion was? Is that should not be or should be a recommend to research and analyze, but not like a strict recommendation to actually try to set a benchmark right now?
No, that wasn't my comment, Russ. My comment was more on the wording. What my thought was is, instead of the first part of the sentence where it says identify outdoor water use conservation targets, or identify outdoor water conservation targets, just to change that so that it's consistent with the rest of the sentence to something similar to identify outdoor water use targets, identify outdoor water demand targets, something so that it narrows it back down to irrigation benchmarks, which is really what the sentence is talking about.
Russ,
Yeah.
it may have been my comment that I'm fine with the recommendation. I really think we need to pair that with the research suggestion of figuring out what the right type of landscape is in Colorado. I worry if you set, for example, like a 10 gallon per square foot benchmark, people can achieve that by putting in all hardscape.
Right.
And I don't think that's what any of us are talking about.
Yeah. Good comment.
So can I make a wording suggestion then, which might start with use research or conduct research to create a methodology which can include the type of landscape for identifying outdoor water use targets, and then the rest of the sentence, because that's sort of where we're at. Okay. Tim, then Drew.
I think Drew's hand was up first, but you called me. Sorry. Drew.
Oh,
I
the way
think
you're in my screen. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think what Greg was getting at is we may be, the way it's written, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. So identify the landscape first, and then assign the water use target for that.
Drew.
Yeah, my comment was similar on that. I think we all have agreed that what the landscape looks like in Denver is not what the landscape looks like in Aspen or in Grand Junction. And so it may be important to talk about how, like, what's in my mind is like the California, like, benchmarking outdoor landscape water budget, right? It's dependent on the local ET of the area that you're at. And that's sort of like where my head was going, like, yeah, everyone should have a benchmark that's based upon their local, like, weather and plant palette. And so I'm okay with having like a pretty solid recommendation that we should have a statewide consistent process for how to calculate the outdoor irrigation budget benchmark for your area.
Catherine and Amy.
Sorry for the risk of talking too much, but I think this to me is an area where we have two ways to go, and maybe the recommendation is to get a working group together or somebody to talk about how this should work, because there's really two approaches. One is to say, here's the plans and the ET, and we're going to define the irrigation need from that. The other way to do it is to say, here's how much water we should be using, and we define the plants and the irrigation based on that. And I think there's pros and cons to either approach. I don't know that it's a huge research need in the sense that calculating irrigation water requirements for landscapes is pretty well defined, but we do need a common definition. So it's almost, to me, maybe getting some subject matter experts together to work on this definition that can then give us these benchmarks as the outcome for, like, here's how you could calculate at your local level a egregious water waste level. This is a way you can get to what a water-wise landscape, how much it would be irrigated, and the plants and the irrigation that would support that. So sorry to derail that, but I think it just needs a lot more discussion and some work together with subject matter experts.
Okay, so do Amy, and then I'll ask a question.
Yeah, thanks, Marjo. And I appreciated Drew's statement about local ET. I think having that clarification will help this recommendation. And then just tearing off of Catherine's comment, I think it would be helpful to try and be specific as to what is the entity to develop this common calculation, whether we're asking the state to do that, or whether, like Catherine recommended, we're recommending a working group of professionals develop this, because it seems unclear to me how this could be acted on, and there's some ambiguity there that we could be more specific if there's consensus amongst the task force.
Okay, so let me sort of bring it up to that, which is there's not disagreement in moving this direction. The question is how to move it forward, and so the recommendation on the table is to either convene a working group or to just have a general statement, like identify the appropriate methodology without the who, and then the rest of the statement for setting, a Colorado scape or a Colorado wide common methodology. How do you guys feel about a recommendation that targets it towards like a working group? This is what California actually did. Took them a long time. It's also some of the work going on in Utah, so this is not just us. How do you feel about sort of a recommendation that points to a way in which to advance this? Tim?
Yeah, I like the idea of the working group to kind of figure this out. I think that would be a good approach.
Okay. Anyone disagree?
Joe, I don't disagree, such a strong word. I don't disagree. I think this just gets to the heart of what Drew asked me at the beginning of this presentation. We can do that and be specific, and that may be the best. The one thing I just think about with that is, does it limit? So if nobody acts on there being a working group, is it a fail? Or, for example, it may not be a working group, but what if, well, many of you apply for grants from us. What if somebody says, we want to start a grant and we're going to put this together, and they develop some research on this? That might ultimately get you down the road. So maybe just a note to flag on any of these. Think about how prescriptive you want to be, because I don't want your specificity to get in the way of these getting picked up and moved by somebody that doesn't see themselves in it, but might otherwise be inclined to advance it.
And I guess I'll just add that I don't have firm views on the methodology for establishing these, but I do feel that ultimately it's the most beneficial if it is adopted by the state, or this is a CWCB outcome or document, versus another resource that water providers or local governments across the state have to kind of find and suss out and evaluate the merits of. Like, I think there's an extra level of impact if it is coming from the state.
It's the shared methodology that has the impacts, is
That's
what you're all saying.
Makes it consistent.
Yes.
Everyone's working off the same thing. So everyone agrees, yep, this is how we define, the target that we're all working at.
So going back to Russ's question, would you feel that it was a fail if it were not implemented exactly as you recommended, or would you be okay with, as long as progress were made, the recommendations here, it might not happen exactly like you want, but it gets picked up? Does anyone really feel strongly about that? Catherine?
So maybe this just brings us full circle back, because Russ, I do see your point about that. If we specify who, then does that limit? Is there a way that if we just change identify outdoor water instead of conservation, we just say use targets and then just leave the rest of it the same? Would that be an appropriate way forward?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
So I guess what I'm saying is maybe my brain is coming full circle, that maybe we could get to a solid recommendation there if we just change the word conservation to use. And Tim, would that check the box for what you said?
Yeah, I already sort of made that edit. Okay, so identify outdoor water use targets to develop a common calculation of irrigation benchmarks in Colorado. Yeah. Okay, so there's sort of two proposals here. Let's just sort of look at both of these under revisions. Pardon I'm going to probably make some spelling errors because this is tiny and I'm typing and looking at screens. So just ignore my typos. We can either make the initial modification, which was now both Catherine and Tim, which is to change from identify outdoor water conservation targets to, get back in there, identify outdoor water use targets simply to develop, and then it carries on, or to make it more prescriptive, which is establish a working group, or lots of words in here, sorry, establish a working group to develop an appropriate methodology for Colorado for setting water use targets for Colorado scapes, and then the rest of the sentence, so we can refine those. So let me see a show of hands who want to keep it simple. Hi, Frank. Okay.
Are you asking us, Marjo, to vote for the first or the second one? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, just to get a general direction of like, where do we spend our time here?
Marjo, I have a question maybe before we vote, because when you ask the question, who is targeted to implement this recommendation, the state or local, I guess it seems a little unclear to me how we answer that question. And maybe that helps us with going for option 1 or 2.
Great question.
Amy, I think this is, I've maybe not said this as successfully each time, but I'll try one more time and let me know what you think. Because I really want this to be, I want it to work for you all. It doesn't really matter. It's your report. But my sense is kind of just to the comment that was made. I heard Waverly say, in my opinion, work group aside, it really only matters if the state adopts something. So we're talking again about different scales. Like if you want a work group, that's one thing. If you want the state legislature to do something else, that's one thing. If you define things of the who has to do the work too narrowly, you just may run afoul of it. Now you've put yourself in a box and the thing's not going to advance, but it could have advanced in a different way. So I guess, when we were looking at this and trying to frame it up, that was kind of where we defaulted to for those reasons, because again, it could happen at different scales. So the who could, if somebody reads this and they're like, this is a good idea, we need to do this in our community, which is something I just heard Drew say, like every community should have this, by all means, let those communities take the lead. So I just throw that out there because I think you're going to have this conversation at every one of these if you don't kind of make a global decision of how to treat the who now.
Yeah, and I think Drew actually agreed with Waverly and that it should be done at the state level, not at the local level. Otherwise, it's what we already have, I think was their point. Like people are already doing this, it's just not consistent. And therefore, some people think it's fine to do, Kentucky bluegrass. But I think the question on the table is for this specific recommendation on the who, in order for this to work, do you want this recommendation to be targeted towards the state? And that could be administrative, funding a research group. It could be funding research to establish a methodology. It could be policy, but that's state versus are we making a recommendation at the local level? Do we all agree on the scale here? Who thinks it's state?
Well, Marjo, I'm so sorry to sidebar this. I don't mean
apologize.
but to me, if we have the common calculation methodology is what's needed at the state level. That being said, an irrigation benchmark needs to be modifiable for local conditions.
Yeah.
So like the definition, the irrigation benchmark for Vail is going to be different than Pueblo. But if the common methodology is statewide, so I was getting afraid to vote because I didn't know what we were actually talking about. So I apologize.
It changed some language here because I think we're on the same page. It's just we're not getting it in a clear statement. Laura, then Amy.
Yeah. So just I like that second sentence better. I just like the way it's more clear to me. And I think if you just took off establish a working group and just start with develop, and then I think that gets to everybody's points. And I like Russ, I definitely appreciate like don't get too prescriptive here because we don't know how this is going to happen. So it could be the state does it. It could be someone like goes after a grant and does it. But yes, so then you develop this statewide tool or however you want a methodology, but then then it needs to get applied at the local level, right? Does that work?
What's that? Amy?
Yeah, I think Laura's comment is well said to me, and I think Russ's point is important. I think the struggle with this one is that it's got a little bit of both. There's a statewide component to this about a common methodology, and then obviously wanting each local entity to take on the benchmarks themselves. So I think some of the tweaking that Laura was just referencing would help make this a little clearer in terms of that who, while not making it too prescriptive.
So what do you guys recommend for me in terms of these revisions? We can combine elements of 1 and 2 to make it work for you. Like which direction do you want to go on this?
I put a couple comments in the chat. The second one was to ignore my first one because I like Laura's idea better. So I was thinking of moving methodology up to the first one, but I like how that second one came out.
Do we need that word in there that says in the second one for Colorado scapes? I don't know that there's widespread adoption of that term.
I agree with you, Catherine. That's, we haven't really adopted it at Resource Central. So I think water-wise is a little bit more commonly used term.
I'm okay with how you took that out, Marjo. I think that looks better to me for number 2.
It seems like in the second option, we're maybe losing the emphasis on the outdoor water use targets and the kind of state level role, I guess. Because the way I read the second one is that we're developing a methodology for setting the water use targets, but it doesn't say kind of who is setting the targets, like where that voice is coming from, the state or the local level.
Hey, Waverly, can I just ask, I mean, just to unpack what you just said, I guess the point that I'm making, and it is exactly what Laura said, but if you were to, like Sonoran applies for lots of grants, if you were to come in and you started a work group, it may be that your end product could get where you're going. If you say that the starting point now has to be the state, that may not happen. I mean, there's no funding behind that. Nobody's said, maybe they'll take it up, maybe it will just sit there. What I would like, I think Jenna had kind of said that, prescription can cut off opportunity. So that's just maybe the lens I would encourage. It kind of gets back to that beginning when we tried to apply what scale is this at. The truth is exactly what Amy just said. Most of these have a flavor of both. So it may be hard for you guys to continue to nail these down, but if that's absolutely what you want to say, by all means, just say it. I just, if WRA or you or anybody else that's out there that's listening or reads this can take action, whatever gets us farther down the road is usually what I'm in favor of.
I think that's a fair point, and just not to belabor the point, but when CWCB has guidance for water efficiency plan development, the fact that the CWCB's logo is on it and it's on the website elevates the guidance to be statewide and is commonly pointed to. And so there is just a little bit of a difference in distinction of like how much weight is placed on those resources. So I'll leave it there.
Drew? Okay. Well, let me ask if there's just a clarifying word that can get to the intent that also balances Russ's point, which is if the state doesn't take leadership this go around, but they can fund a working group led by a different entity that then uses that study to lobby, which I think is sort of what Russ is getting at. Like it might take multiple efforts at moving some of these forward, and but the intent that we're trying to convey as a group, if I'm hearing you all correctly, is that the goal is for a common statewide methodology that everybody uses. And so maybe that's the weak part of the statement here, is we're it's framed in a way that if you don't read it with that lens, it could be like, oh, everyone developed their own, which is what Waverly's getting at. So is there something in the second statement that would clarify that the intent is a common statewide calculation? Would that provide that commonality of we're trying to say we want one methodology for Colorado versus what we currently have, which is multiple approaches?
Well, just to clarify, Marjo, I don't know that we have common approaches even at the local level. So I don't. Yeah. The issue is not that everybody's doing it differently. It's that we need these definitions. So my recommendation would be maybe in the second one, if you say outdoor after setting, develop a methodology for Colorado for setting outdoor water use targets. And to me, if we said develop a methodology for Colorado, to me, that means statewide, but
Okay.
so I don't know that I would recommend further modifications, but
Okay.
I respectfully kind of disagree. I think adding that statewide, as you suggested, Marjo, is actually pretty important.
I don't know who just made that comment, but what if we used Colorado wide? There's a nice big bullet.
Yes.
Develop a methodology for a Colorado-wide calculation of irrigation benchmarks to define water-wise landscapes and appropriate irrigation levels. How do you guys feel about that recommendation?
well, one last clarifying question. We changed the word egregious to appropriate. And from the first one to the second one, to me, these irrigation water requirement calculations, it's good to have a target for water-wise landscapes, but it's also good to have a benchmark which defines water waste. So to me, an appropriate irrigation level, I'm not sure, to me that communicates defining water waste.
Do you want to use something like wasteful, or do you
Sure.
want to keep egregious?
Wasteful is fine for me, if you feel comfortable with that.
All right, no preference. Okay, so we have, did I take out benchmarks in this? This is, so there's two. It'd be great if we could kind of get to a point where we can all live with something here, because we have a lot of these to go through. Focusing on the second one with the post-it note that's adjacent to it. There's only like, this is, they're both good. So focusing on the second one that I've been editing, develop a methodology for Colorado. Yeah, I gotta edit this. Help me out here, guys. Develop a methodology for Colorado-wide outdoor water use targets to develop a common calculation of irrigation benchmarks that can be used at the local level to define water-wise landscapes and wasteful irrigation levels. There's some
Marjo, what if you said develop a Colorado-wide methodology for setting outdoor water use targets?
Yep. Get my point. Jeez, sorry. I'm really far from my screen and it's very small. Okay. Primarily, is it now more clear? Does it reflect more of your intent? Rick, your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just reacting to that, and I realize I'm throwing a wrench into this, so I apologize because I'm going to throw us into the weeds. But you know, when we talk about goals or when we talk about broad statements like this, you know, the thing that always comes to mind is, you know, is it measurable? You know, how do we know if we've achieved it? How do we know? How do we know when we get there? And you know, when we talk about outdoor water use benchmarks, I love the idea. I love the idea that we have a goal. I love the idea of keeping it statewide or at the state level. Those are all good things. But I think the part that I'm struggling with is, you know, how do we know if we get there? How do we know if we've met the goal, or how do we know if we are falling short of the goal? And what I mean by that is, you know, so oftentimes for most of us, it's not measurable. You know, we're not measuring indoor versus outdoor. You know, we're not measuring, you know, do we have a leak inside the house versus do we have a leak outside the house? Or if someone, whether it's an individual residential customer or if it's a larger HOA or a commercial business, you know, it doesn't really matter. If they, all we're really measuring at the utility level is how much water passed through the meter. And, you know, when we measure how much water passed through the meter, we just send you a bill. We don't know where it went and we don't know what you're doing with it. So I guess those are my concerns is, you know, how do we know if we've met the goal is kind of my big picture question.
Hey Rick, let me try this on for size and see, because I mean what you're raising is a good question. To be totally fair, it's the same question we struggle with and big documents like the water plan. And I think to me it has a through line with some of the things we got around actionable, or are these goals like too broad versus going too specific. But I do think we got a nice comment even in our last meeting that just said, I think it was, I wrote it down here, that making incremental progress is not a bad approach, right? And I think that that's really how we do things. The reality is, if you're asking the question to this group, how do we know? Well, this group doesn't exist past our final product, right? So this group won't know. But if the tea leaves are there enough that we can point back to, here's the thing we wanted, here's where it made progress. Sometimes we're tracking that progress through a grant. Sometimes we're tracking that through legislation. We don't know the outcomes, and we don't have budget to preordain that we're going to set something up. So there's not a lot of control. I think inherent in kind of the you can't prove what you can't measure is they have a lot of control. If you can control it, you can measure it, and you can set very specific goals, and you can answer that question. How do we know? We know because we did these things we set out to do. In this case, we are kind of putting out, again, that baton pass of like this and maybe that's where we kind of initially framed up like a big idea, but these recommendations are things that someone could run with to advance. And if so, that progress would be meaningful to us. We don't know what it looks like. It may be stepwise, it may be one fell swoop, but we can't predetermine the outcome. So I think I wonder how that sits with you in terms of answering the question you just posed. If we can't measure the progress ultimately because we're not even a group that's continuing, do we need to preordain that outcome?
No, Russ, thank you for the context. And I certainly don't want to predetermine the outcome. I mean, that wouldn't be the goal. I think maybe, how about this? Maybe there's a statement somewhere, and I don't know where it is, but maybe there's a statement somewhere that just simply says, here are the goals, here's the recommendations, here's the general thoughts of the group, realizing that not all things are going to be determined, realizing, I guess I'm throwing some keywords out that maybe are already in there, but it's a living document. It's going to evolve over time. I hope it does. I hope that this isn't the end, and whether we're involved in this later or some other group is, don't know yet. But yeah, I hope that it continues to advance. And so I think, Russ, to your point, I'm okay with the concept. I just wanted to raise the awareness that I'm a little concerned about the details, but I suppose I could say that about every single one of these.
Yeah. Okay. Well said. So I think your recommendation is in the beginning of the summary of recommendations document to include some more context on how they might be implemented and sort of go into some of that detail, which I think is a good one.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Okay. So coming back to this one, and I'm hoping we can move, there's a question of, do we use targets in the sentence, or do we repeat benchmarks after the heading? So it now reads, develop a Colorado-wide methodology for calculation of outdoor water use targets that can be used at the local level to define water-wise landscapes and wasteful irrigation levels. Do you want to use targets, or would you like to use benchmarks in the sentence itself?
Well, an irrigation benchmark to me is different than an outdoor water use target. And I'm sorry, this is just the language where it becomes important, because to me, if you're telling me as a landscape person, we're identifying irrigation benchmarks, we could put that in the bold text. If you say, I'm okay with that, but I don't know, outdoor water use target could be many, many different things, even though you have wasteful irrigation levels. So that's my concern.
Okay. Drew?
I was going to say, I think that benchmarks in my mind are necessarily a comparison between different people or things or entities. You're like, how do I stack up by comparison to the benchmark and all of my peers? But what I think we're actually going for here is, does this individual landscape meet the target or not? It's not really like, how does this landscape compare to my neighbor's yard? It either is doing well or not. So I actually like the word target better. And I would
Other
change up.
thoughts? Austin?
I'll just say, if I understand correctly, I mean, a benchmark is something that's there for comparison purposes. It's often, the way I've seen benchmark used typically in technical documents is to discuss a condition that currently exists or that is a standard condition. It's not necessarily aspirational. A target's aspirational and a benchmark is more descriptive. So it just depends what we want. Maybe we want both. Maybe we want a description of what we have and what we're aiming for. But they are different.
So I'm going to ask that question because I think that's the language at this level, like not to wordsmith, but clearly there's something here. So my recollection of when you all had this discussion was around, we had a broader dialogue around setting expectations at the state level for, you know, paradigm change on water use outdoors. And maybe I'm taking it too high level on where you were in that dialogue. So maybe get back to your help us understand your intent behind why you wanted to set either a benchmark or a target, because clearly they're two different things and we want to make sure it is what you intended.
Well, I would just continue adding, like, it is hard to set targets if you don't know what you already have. So maybe I pose that maybe as a question, like, do we actually have enough information to have good benchmarks currently? You know, for different climate zones, different, you know, types of jurisdictions or whatever. If we do, then that shouldn't necessarily be a goal. Then maybe we focus on the aspirational and it's just about targets and not about benchmarks.
I'm okay with that. I've come around. The discussion has helped me come around. Thank you. For me, I want to make sure that it's about irrigation targets, then I guess would be the right terminology for me.
Okay. With that in mind, then, like, if we are agreeing on targets, should the bolded part of this read identify targets, or should it remain as benchmarks?
It should probably change so it's consistent.
Okay. All right. All right. Are we ready to take a vote on this, or are there additional recommendations for improvement on the language? Good job, you guys. I know this is painful, but nice work. Okay. Do you want to take a formal vote, or do we want to do just if anyone has a dissent? Any preferences? Okay, so let's I can do this as actually we'll just do this. We'll test it out. We'll see how easy this works. Let me for the purpose of being able to do a record, give me 1 second to set up a voting session. Will just take me a moment to highlight the area. All right, here we go. Recommendations number 1, begin voting. You're going to have an option to place one vote along either I like this recommendation, I can live with it, or I cannot support. 12 to go. Yeah, exactly, Laura.
Are we supposed to see how other people vote, or are we just like
you will as soon as I end the vote. You will as soon as I end the voting session.
So we're going for the red circle with a 1 on one of those 3 thumbs. That's what our screen looks
Yes. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Okay. And for the record, if you do a thumbs down, it means we come back to a discussion. Okay. Anyone not capable of using the vote function, you can either do a verbal vote or type it in the chat. So it says I'm still waiting on 3 people. Oh, that actually might be CWCB. I think we're all done. Okay. That makes, oh, wait, 4. All right. So one more second. And if you didn't vote, we'll be able to tell here just in a second. All right. Hopefully you'll see. All right. So 19 thumbs up, 1 thumb sideways. Whoop, whoop. You're not voting, Amy, on any of these for the record? Okay.
No, sorry,
It's sort of
Marjo.
a consensus. It's a consensus group for the recommendation moves forward, but I understand.
Marjo, sorry, I'm just to clarify, Amy is voting. I'm just listening in also from the
Oh,
River District,
okay,
so
got
I
it,
am not
Rebecca.
voting.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Marjo,
All right. We're gonna move. 1 down. All right. So I don't think we'll end up wordsmithing this one as much because it's pretty broad, but we're going to move to recommendation number 2, which was, again, sort of under this theme of shifting the expectation, and there needing to be some common campaign around, what we're trying to achieve with landscape transformation. Clearly, it might not be the state of Colorado who is the audience for launching this. It might be more under a funding for someone to do this. So as the recommendation reads, it says, create a messaging campaign, inspire individual action by creating educational resources and marketing campaigns with standardized messaging around the components and definitions of Coloradoscape. Clearly, we'll discuss that terminology. Functional turf, non-functional turf, and low water vegetation to promote thoughtful landscape design that balances landscape transformation goals with community needs. And then there's a list. So there's a lot in this. We could maybe simplify it. But I'm going to open it up to all of you on whether, let's start with, do we want to include this in the recommendations? Does anyone think it should not be in the recommendations? It might not be your highest priority, but does anyone think it shouldn't be here? Okay. No one's shaking their head or saying no. Okay. So if we go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, it's John. I'm trying to do this in 2 other meetings. Yeah, I feel strongly that the messaging should have an emphasis here, and that we do come up with a common communication platform and terminology, because I think when we don't, it's a fragmented message, and I feel that we can do all this great work, but if we're not able to clearly communicate this out, then we won't be as successful with it, especially when we're talking about transformational landscapes. And the second part of it is the goal of what we're trying to head toward. And so using terminology like Coloradoscape is something that I think will have significant impact on the marketplace and even our key stakeholders and legislators.
Okay. Any recommendations for changes to it, or in general, it's sufficient?
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand.
Okay. Drew, then Laura, then Greg.
Yeah, I've been around long enough to see a couple of these attempted statewide messaging campaigns. I don't think they ever work. They always get tweaked by the local government to meet the individual needs of the community. So like, I'm not going to oppose this recommendation, but this one is like not high on my list.
Laura, Tim, then Greg.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar. Like, I think it's really important that we figure out, like, what is this? Like, is this like, because as written, this definitely sounds state level. So we just went through this. This is a different topic, direct potable reuse, but we, the messaging on that is critical, but it really needs to be implemented at the local level. And so maybe this could be like create resources and templates that can be modified and utilized at the state. I mean, at the local level. I mean, there could be some state stuff, but I'm with Drew. Like, that doesn't usually necessarily work that great. But it could. I mean, but it means that's going to take a lot of money, and it's going to have to be really consistently put out there. So I think the messaging is important, but I do think we really need to think about, like, how does it get out there? What's going to be the most impactful?
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I'll second those. My comment was actually going to be about the wording. I think the inspire individual action is kind of hard to measure. So I'd actually recommend just starting it with create educational resources and get, I mean, what's the individual action? Who's the individual? What scale is that? I know we've kind of talked about that a little bit. But if we want something that's kind of measurable, that's going to be difficult.
Okay. Greg?
I agree with the comment. I actually didn't read it as having to be a statewide messaging campaign, but I do agree that if we need to make it more explicit to say this is more appropriate for local messaging, I very much agree with that. I also think I agree with you, Marjo, that we could simplify just to throw out something borrowing from a different term like the right landscape or the right landscapes for the right use, something like that, rather than having to like list functional and non-functional. I still think those are pretty wonky terms.
Okay. So is the so it's somewhat of a lower recommendation is what we're hearing. So maybe not like right number 2 or number 3 in the recommendations report, even though currently they're not written in any order. And that's a question for you guys. We can kind of like summarize at the end, like, should they have some order? And then potentially simplifying where it says, rather than like maybe listing everything that needs to be defined, either simplifying after components and definitions, period, and then in parens, right landscape for right use, etc. Because there's a lot of things we're trying to define that you guys have talked about. So maybe it is just finding common language. Okay, Andrea.
Yes, I interpreted this much differently. I almost thought of this kind of like the rain barrels when they became legal, right? Like there was a very broad message of like you can collect up to 110 gallons, and that is something that I can take information to a marketing firm and say, here are the standards for what we can do for rain barrels, turn it into a local message for our community. So more of like, I interpreted this of like, could we develop, or is some agency developing some standards, and then from there they can be marketed at a local level. So is it the definition of functional versus non-functional that maybe another group discusses, not necessarily this group, and then from there we can pass it off to a marketing firm locally and say, here's the definition between functional and non-functional turf, now create a message for our community here.
So it's almost like one of the ways in which it helps build capacity locally is that not everyone has to figure that out, but can use potentially some state defined terminology to incorporate into their own messaging. Okay. Russ, do you want to respond to that directly? Give you a chance.
Thank you. I just maybe touch on a couple of things that I heard here. All of the things, and again, I'll be the broken record just to say this is why it's really hard to define, because I think you're right. I think Laura said, like, it could be at the state level, it could be local. I think we were trying to kind of keep it broad to honor both. You know, a great example might be Rick in Castle Rock. We're all saying Coloradoscape now, I think generally attributed to you saying it. Doesn't always have to generate at the state level, but we can echo that. It could be something. I think the roots of some of these conversations, as I recall, of when we did that, and maybe we didn't use all the right words. I think we were trying to kind of hit all, you know, do the mashup of all the things we heard. But some of it was just that I think that if we're going to be taking turf out and replacing it with things, it seemed like, and you guys can all check me if you don't feel this way, but it seemed like some of the sentiment that I recall going into that action was that we still have some room to go with getting public buy-in that Xeriscape is beautiful. And that, you know, if we're going to promote Coloradoscape, we might need, I think we heard a lot of comments maybe about some common language, and that we heard, you know, maybe like might be good to have some common videos recognizing what I think I heard Drew echo earlier, that it's not going to be the same, you know, in Denver as it is in Aspen, as it is in Grand Junction. And we need to think about that too. So maybe we could have some videos that show what it looks like across the state. So I think that that was kind of what we were trying to honor here, if that just helps again to level set.
Yeah, kind of back to that, setting the expectation. Okay, Catherine, then Rick. Catherine just disappear?
You're muted,
Oh.
Catherine.
Oh my gosh.
you are.
Okay, sorry. What I remember this discussion being about was influencing consumer preferences or property owners, landscape owners, because you know, you could have qualified landscape professionals, you can have people who can build these landscapes, but if consumers don't want them, then that, you know, so to me it was about influencing consumer preferences. But without saying that, I think it was just an educational campaign to help provide outreach related to that. Just to clarify what I remember.
So that sort of goes back to what Russ was saying. It was on helping shift the perspectives and perceptions of what a Colorado scape or a native landscape or a xeriscape might be. Okay, Rick?
Great, thank you. So just real general, I don't have a huge problem with it. I can generally support the statement as is. I was going to just mention two things. One, Russ, you brought up the term Colorado scape. Yeah, we've been using it for a long time. It seems like it's gaining some traction, but the but here is we can call it whatever you want to call it. I'm not married to it. You know, we use it here regardless of what this message is going to say. We're going to continue to use it. We think it's appropriate. But again, I'm not married to it in the context of this document. The second thing I wanted to say was, if you just read through it, just kind of read through the first two lines. Well, now you're changing it, so now I can't tell. So thanks,
the
Marjo.
original one is still up in recommendation number 2. I was just
No,
making
you're
an
fine.
edit down in revisions. Okay.
I was going to just simply add, so at the end where it says provide thoughtful landscape design, and then right after design, maybe we add some references to installation and maintenance, because those are equally important to consider, especially when you're talking about turf removal. It's not just what you're removing, but the design would be what are you replacing it with, and then how are you going to accomplish that through installation, and then how are you going to maintain that. So all of those things are equally important when it comes to, you know, the messages. And I think so oftentimes people they jump on board with this turf removal concept and they get really excited about it until they really come to this realization that, oh my gosh, it's a lot of hard work, and it's more work than I thought it was going to be. And so anyway, just, you know, I'm trying to keep it general. So there's something that could be used at the state level, but I love the concept of that local or regional flexibility, because, you know, I think to Drew's point, it has to be flexible. It has to be implemented or modified, maybe is another word, to reflect local needs, desires, goals, etc. But I mean, just in general, it's fine.
So can I make a recommendation? Because I'm like, given the level of priority, maybe we don't want to spend a ton of time on this one, but if the intent is shifting perspectives, and if the intent is potentially for that to happen within, maybe it comes through CWCB's programming, maybe it comes through a grant. It's clearly not going to come from legislation. And it is sort of a capacity building, and at one level it's capacity building, but what if it read just simply create educational resources and marketing campaigns with standardized messaging around the components and definitions of, and then it lists all of these things. We can go to, right, we can even take that out. We can call it functional landscapes, we can call it whatever, but all of that aside, but the promote part is more simple. And it simply gets to the point of the paradigm shift, which is to accelerate landscape transformation at the local level. Which is all of the components of landscape management, not just design.
So Marjo, if you're if your statement, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying we're trying to promote thoughtful landscape transformation, then we just take the word design out and replace it with landscape transformation, which would then include additional components. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Great. Let's move on.
Okay. And so in general, in principle, I think we're all in agreement. Just for the purposes, does anyone want to argue any language in here other than this part being replaced with either accelerate or promote landscape transformation, and just simplifying the end of that sentence? Are we all good with that? Laura?
One more quick, I just wonder, like, because this is going back, I think, to what Rick said. I wonder if we want to say accelerate successful landscape transformation. And I just also wonder if somewhere it doesn't, like, we just need to make sure the educational part is in there. Because I do think we're right. Like Catherine, we want to, what was the terminology? Like shift perspectives for folks to want this stuff, but we do need to make sure they're doing it correctly as well. And I think especially at the individual level, which I think is what this gets to, more like single family homeowners, like part of this needs to be like, how do you do this right?
So what if it read the end of it to promote? I don't like thoughtful, like I'm like, what does that mean? Successful is hard too, but what if we make it to I'll take out accelerate because we're sticking with promote. So it could simply read at the end to promote successful landscape transformation, period. Okay. Which we all know is hard. Okay. So that was just a minor edit on that one. I'm just going to take all of that out. Are we okay to move on this one? Do we need a vote, or are we good to move on? Anyone opposed or want to make a last edit? Sinceri?
I don't know if this will be covered in maybe some of the other recommendations, but we've talked a lot about making sure we're also promoting biodiversity as part of landscape transformation. So by just using low water, I'm worried we're going to use just low water turf like the Tahoma kind of variety instead of really promoting more of those like natives. And so I don't know if we want to, I put climate adapted, but do we want to say something about the type of vegetation? I don't know, just to be more explicit here. I'm fine with it being this way if we need to move on, but I just wanted to kind of elevate that for discussion, whether it's here or on some of the other recommendations.
Yeah. How do you guys want to refer to vegetation?
Sinceri, are you trying to get to ecosystem function?
Yeah.
I think that could be tucked in somewhere. I don't know where the right spot is, but I do think improving ecosystem function is an important goal.
Yeah, so I don't know if just replacing low water with ecosystem supportive species or vegetation or whatever is broad enough, and not, because I know we've also had a lot of conversations about using purely natives versus climate adapted and different steppe species. So I'm good with it being very broad if that's helpful, but still think we need to find a way to integrate that somewhere in these different recommendations.
So within the report as a whole, I think there is a whole component that sort of gets to that larger discussion around what is a functional landscape, because we spent a lot of time talking about what is the landscape you want to replace it with, which is a big piece. I think that's in the report. So I can add, like, would functional landscapes get to that, or do we just add one more? We could take out all the things that need to be defined, because there's a lot. And therefore not wordsmith the inclusion of every single one. Or I can add right here definitions such as, because there's many, and I think that's the point you're getting at. There's multiple things we need to include in a campaign. Tim?
Yeah, Mauro, I was going to agree with, I think the the part of the whole functional landscape, if that's what we're going to call it, includes all of those aspects in it. And I think the way it's written and the low water part's taken out in the revision. So I think that addresses part of that. So we're not saying we don't really care what it is as long as it's low water. So that's been removed. And I think all of those other things kind of get built in when we start defining what is appropriate.
Waverly.
So on page 5, I think it is, of the report, we have that page that you referenced, Marjo, on thoughtful landscape transformation. And so if we're using that term, then we can maybe even refer back to that page. But I am noting that there's not a lot on this page about supporting ecosystem services. And so we might need to make sure that that is a new section on that page.
Kat and Jenna, can you just note that you heard that on revisions in the other sections of the draft?
Yep, noted. Thank you.
Okay, so Catherine.
Would it, I'm wondering if we could get to this by just writing the words "and ecosystem function" at the very end of the sentence to promote successful landscape transformation and ecosystem function.
Okay with that? Anyone opposed? Okay. Okay. All right, now are we ready? Okay. I'm going to do this one simply because I feel like we've kind of agreed that it's important, but it's not the highest priority. So for the purposes of time, I'm going to do a vote simply by asking, is there anyone opposed to this recommendation as it stands that wants to make a last comment, or are we in agreement that we can move forward? Silence will be consensus here. So if you're opposed, speak up. And yeah, I like multi-benefit too, but okay. Moving on. Is this working for you guys? Like as we're doing this, just checking in. I know it's tedious, but is it working in terms of getting you to agreement? Are we going in the direction you want?
Yes. And
Okay.
I'm concerned that we've done 2 out of 13.
Yeah, I know. So there's this entire theme. This is where there might be some opportunities to consolidate or to simplify. In theme 3, theme 2, there's 3 recommendations that are related to turf replacement broadly. And I'm going to go over the 3 of them, and then we're going to have a quick discussion about whether we want to keep them as individuals or focus on elements of them. So I'm going to scroll in and look at the first one, which is turf bans, which is support the proposed legislation banning installation of non-functional turf and water-intensive turf in new development. Sort of hold that as one recommendation. And then secondly, promote local turf installation prohibitions that help protect the investment in turf retrofit programs. So there's sort of 2 recommendations under how to use turf prohibitions, targeting state and local. The second one, which hopefully is clear enough, we won't spend a lot of time on this one, but was to continue to support state funding for voluntary turf removal and replacement programs and encourage water efficiency and land use integration, while also considering other benefits, including climate resilience and biodiversity, with a number of things. So that was essentially, that was supposed to be locked. That was intended to continue to support funding and CWCB support for advancing turf replacement programs. And then lastly, which we've already had some discussion around, which I think we can either strike because it came down to local priorities, or we can just simply take the edits we've already sort of come up with on how to sort of improve this. Recommendation was target outdoor efforts, and then there was a recommendation on the non-functional turf priorities should be with the highest water using areas and properties to maximize those investments, and you guys have already commented on those. So there's 3 recommendations here related to turf that we definitely, sorry, I really thought I locked all of this down, that we discussed. So I guess I'll start with, are we okay with, we've talked about the 3rd one a lot, so I'm going to skip that one in this question. Are we okay with the 2 that are there, continue funding, recommendations for turf prohibitions on non-functional turf at the state level, and then thirdly, encouraging local level action on also additions to turf limitations and using local policy? Are there any disagreement with those, at least in principle, before we get into wordsmithing? Austin?
I guess I posed this as a question. Have we proposed an actual definition of non-functional turf yet? Because if we haven't, then that's a very subjective recommendation. It's a very kind of not, yeah, I don't know, open to interpretation kind of a recommendation to actually recommend the banning of non-functional turf. How can you recommend the banning of non-functional turf if you haven't told them what you mean by non-functional? Is my question.
Yeah, Jenna and Kat, I know you guys worked on this section of the report, so could you kind of provide context or even share that page so that we can at least gain agreement on that before we come back to this? Because I think in principle, we agreed, but the definition you're asking, Austin, is did we agree on that, on what we're actually recommending as the ban?
Well, the definition here, because we're saying generally this recommendation would be to support the legislation that's going to be in this legislative session on banning the installation of non-functional turf. We don't necessarily have a say on what that definition of non-functional turf is because it's in the legislation. So we have a definition within the report that it was refined on all the comments that were provided in here, but that won't be the legislative wording because we're not writing the legislation. Does that make sense?
I mean, that makes it hard to recommend it if we don't know what the thing is we're recommending, right? Because it's a little circular, right? It's a little bit tautological in the sense that
see the legislation that is currently being proposed, that with a caveat there might be amendments.
I don't know if we should do that because we kind of have some rules around. We should maybe not comment on existing legislation. I don't want to bring that up, but you can all go find it. We're not trying to be. I think the bigger point here is, and maybe this gets to why timing is critical, is if this comes out and somebody from the legislature is reading it, they may say we want to refine it. I think that's part of the good thing of the timing that we're on. Jenna's right. If they don't look at it or it's not brought up to them, we can't do anything. I think this is the task force recommending. If you were to put forward a definition, this is what you feel most comfortable with. I don't know, that could get adopted at different scales too. It could be that somebody else who's trying to do that in their community doesn't have something and wants to run with that definition that you have to.
Okay, so just a quick, maybe just clarification here on the direction you guys want to take it. It is my recollection that when we were discussing turf prohibitions and locations where turf was not acceptable, there was general agreement that there was low-hanging fruit around certain locations that you all agreed on where turf was not acceptable. And like as a task force, there was common, I think, shared agreement on that, medians, and there was a list we had that is in the report. The proposal here is support the proposed legislation banning installation of non-functional turf. And I guess that might be the question of when it comes to this particular statement, do you as a task force want to have as a recommendation that you support that legislation, or because it's going to address non-functional turf, or do you as a task force want to emphasize the locations that you thought were inappropriate for non-functional turf? Where is it as a task force that you want to focus your energy and therefore refocus our dialogue?
And that was exactly my question. Yeah, it's like, are we supporting the definition we have on page 9, a ban based on that, or a ban based on what's going to come from the legislation? Because the way it's written, you could actually read it either way.
Yeah, I'm going to add on to that. If the way it was written, the intent was to say that the task force is saying that we support the legislation that is moving forward, and Russ at the same time is saying, well, we can't show you the legislation, then I think it would be inappropriate for our group to say that we support it. Whether or not individual utilities do and know what it says, that's fine. But if the intent of this is that this group supports that legislation, which we can't see, I'm not with that.
Tim, let me just clarify 2 things. We as CWCB staff, and I think as all state staff, just have limitations on what we can share and comment on related to legislation that's current. It's out there in the world, so you can look at it. I'm not trying to be obtuse about that, just for the record. I'm just trying to honor that. I think we'd get in trouble if we brought that up and talked about it. This is not a CWCB work product at the end of the day. I mean, it's this task forces group. So you could say that. I just want to be clear, the through line here was, obviously we had had conversation and talked about, would it be a good idea to have some kind of ban in Colorado? And that was how this originally framed up. And then we got a comment that we were just trying to honor in the report that said, well, hey, there's a ban out now, so this should just shift to doing that. So that's just kind of the history to frame it up however you guys want to treat it.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Russ.
Mm-hmm.
And one recommendation that was just made in the comments is, if you all want to more broadly say support legislation, but it doesn't say support proposed legislation, that gets us out of having to deal with the specifics of where your individual entities all stand on the proposed legislation. But the agreement is you think that there's statewide action that is needed. Okay, so Greg, then Rick.
Very much agree with that. I think that's where I was going to head, that I think it would be unfair for this group to try to, that legislation will change or try to support any proposed legislation that session hasn't even started. So I think I would try to keep that broad and let this report be flexible to whatever changes may come.
Okay. So I made that edit in revisions and we can kind of go from there. Rick?
Sure. So just 2 thoughts. And again, I'm in general agreement, so nothing as we read this, prioritize reducing non-functional turf, maybe just add as a comment, as defined within this document. That could be one way to just reference what our intent was, or another way to maybe throw it out there and keep it general and flexible might be to just say, as locally defined or as regionally defined, appropriate for individual communities or something like that, recognizing that not everybody in the state is likely going to have the same definition of non-functional turf. You could go to downtown Denver and they're going to define non-functional turf as something completely different than, Castle Rock, for example. And that's fine. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that might be the reality.
So would that, just to clarify, because I'm not sure if I understand whether that means you think it ought to be a local decision or you do support state legislation?
Well, I personally think I would rather leave it local because there are so many differences and so many, I don't know at this point if it's appropriate for the state to decide very, very, very specifically. I mean, they could create some broad general guidelines and say these things are non-functional and they're general enough to apply to everybody. I mean, that would be fine. But for them to get very, very specific, I think it would be very difficult. And that's part of where we don't know where they're going. We don't know where they're going to land yet. So it's difficult to speculate on something that hasn't happened. But I think if it's at the state level, it needs to be general. And then leave it up to the local to decide how to be more specific if they feel like they need to be.
Okay. Waverly, then Laura.
So my comment, it goes a little bit to a different part of this statement. And I see someone else commented on this in the stickies, but I would support ending the sentence after and promote local turf installation prohibitions. I don't think we need the final portion that circles back to protecting the investment in turf retrofit programs.
That was the specific goal. Would everyone be all right if I make that modification? Any opposed? So it would read as that. Okay. So there's a question on the terminology bans and shifting that to limits. Do you all agree on using turf limitations rather than calling them bans? See heads nodding. Not a substantive change, but okay. All right. So let's see. Moving right along. Is everyone okay with the action in this, both local and state together? It's clear enough that it's indicating the two levels of action. Oops. So it would read, advance non-functional turf limits, support legislation. Ooh, do we want to use banning? I'm open for a word here. Banning installation of non-functional and water-intensive turf as defined by the task force in new development, and promote local turf installation prohibitions. So I could change both of those to limitations. Waverly, Drew, Laura.
You can skip me for the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it out there. I think limit is too soft of a word. I thought we all agreed that putting in more non-functional turf is a stupid idea. Why are we talking about setting a limit where, oh, you could still put in 10% of your landscape in non-functional turf? So I actually like banning or prohibition or something. If we've all decided we don't like it, why are we gonna allow some of it?
Can I make a just as a code writer, make a suggestion that might in non-functional turf legislation, it is clearly a ban or a prohibition, whereas when you get to local level, the limitations, I think this is a recollection from your dialogue, so correct me if I'm wrong, was that even if a statewide legislative policy goes in place on non-functional turf, there's still a requirement within local policy to do things that take it another step, which many of you have already done, which is place limitations on total landscape area in yards for a maximum amount of turf, which would not be covered under a statewide prohibition. So I think that was the limit versus prohibition, and maybe we're just trying to get clarity on what the policies achieve here. Laura, then Tim.
Yeah, and I agree with Drew, and I think there's a lot of wordsmithing here that's super challenging. And so Drew, and Marja, you I think just said this, but you like limit water intensive turf, but that's not all non-functional. So you're prohibiting non-functional, right? And so I guess just a question I had, since again, non-functional really hasn't, I mean, I guess we define it, and sorry, I haven't read it just because we got the report late. But like, the question is, do we want to, we could frame this either way, right? There's like prohibit non-functional turf, or we could say limit turf. And either way, it gets down to the local level that you have to implement it. And the legislation as currently drafted, like leaves a lot of, not a lot, but it definitely, leaves for that local entity to determine like where it should and shouldn't go into place. So anyway, I just wanted to ask that, like, do we want to, if the non-functional term is challenging because we haven't really defined it exactly yet, even though maybe we have on page 5, we could just say limit turf. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay. Kim?
Yeah, 2 things. One may help what we were just talking about, because we're saying 2 different things here. In the heading, we say advanced non-functional turf limits, but then we say prohibit installations of non-functional. So maybe the heading is just advanced turf limits. And then in the sentence, we're actually talking about banning non-functional turf, because as it's currently written, we're saying advanced non-functional turf limits, and then we're saying ban it. So we're saying 2 different things. And then my other comment would be to include redevelopment along with new development.
Okay. So for the heading itself, which might get to us being able to use the statements to be clear on whether it's a prohibition or a limit, because they are 2 different things. Could it simply say advanced turf policy? And then it is support state legislation or support legislation prohibiting installation of non-functional and water intensive turf. We can have a discussion of whether it should just be turf. And whether it's defined by the task force in new and redevelopment, and then promote local government turf limitations on installation.
Marjo, could you like write that out so I can see it? I think I'm following where you're going, but I want to make sure I'm
talk amongst yourselves for a moment, and I will be right back with you.
So I can just provide an interesting perspective. I spoke at the Rocky Mountain Turfgrass Association yesterday. The topic I spoke on was Colorado's water situation and non-functional turf trends. And it was standing room only, about 100+ people in the room. And I'm just envisioning myself in that situation again, using these particular words we need to bring these people along with this wording, not completely alienate them, because they are the folks that take care of and maintain these landscapes and will be transitioning them for us. So I would like to see this language be something that I can use to bring the landscape industry along in this critical partnership that we have as water providers in the landscape industry.
Do you have any recommendations on what type of language would be more inclusive?
I think they certainly recognize that non-essential turf grass needs to be addressed and limited. But I think what we don't want to do is create a perception that all turf grass is bad, all turf grass is non-functional, divisive language that doesn't acknowledge the partnership that we're in with the landscape industry. So I don't know. I need to look at your revision there.
Okay. So the revision reads, and instead of, like, we're talking about policy change. So simply, and Frank, I see your hand. I'll get you in just one moment. Advanced turf policy or policies, because it is more than one. Support legislation prohibiting installation of non-functional and water intensive turf. Ignore the defined by for a moment in new and redevelopment and promote local adoption of turf limitations. We can build off of that.
Does that read that that water intensive turf should be prohibited? Do we just need to get rid of the "and" in there? Non-functional water intensive turf?
Right, I understand. Yeah. Yeah, okay. While you're pondering that, I'm going to take Frank's comment.
I'd like to express my appreciation for what Catherine was just saying, and I would agree with her on the delicate conversations around an industry that will certainly make its voice known through any type of policy proposals, I think, which is already underway. I have 2 team members there today presenting, and I would expect that they're going to encounter a great deal of questions and concerns. So I would position this as an opportunity to engage that community around doing this in a way that doesn't feel as threatening. I don't have a particular recommendation for rewording right now. I would love to noodle on it a little bit, but I do want to note that if we come across as being overly academic and without a perception of the impact to a lot of people's livelihoods, we could expect very challenging pushback, would be my guess. And I don't know if John cares to comment on that or not, but thank you, Catherine, for saying that.
So
I'll just follow too. As a water provider, you know, our existence is based on providing irrigation to an area that didn't have it before. So we have a lot of considerations for the people we're serving with this water. And there are different perceptions around the value of water use, both rural and urban.
Right, which hence the campaigns. And so let me ask Greg, and then I'll ask a question.
Sorry, I just wanted to support that. If anybody feels like this report, I don't think this report should read like it's a war on turf grass. I think we need to be really intentional about where it's useful and where it's not. So I agree with that comment for sure.
So one recommendation I would make is that, you know, one, you're proposing either another recommendation that is around, you know, building partnerships. There is a current recommendation that is about, where is it? Partnering with industry. The industry recommendation is very focused on the market, which we spent a lot of time on, but we could expand that recommendation to get at some of these points that in order for all of this transformation to occur, it needs to happen in partnership with, you know, others. And so maybe there is, rather than saying, well, within this specific recommendation, there also needs to be recognition that we need to partner with industry. Partnering with industry might be one of the recommendations and mechanisms for advancing all of these recommendations towards landscape transformation. So that might be one way at which we sort of meld this versus just focusing on like changing the market and the types of plants available. There could be 2 recommendations within partnering that it is, you know, more transformative. So I'm hearing you. I just don't know how to include it in this specific recommendation, and that should be, I think, a component of the tone of the report as a whole, and that we're looking at the context in which these recommendations are being made. And this is one of the things that I thought the group had consensus around. So, you know, maybe we need to take a straw poll on that. But, okay, so going back to the wordsmithing, because I want to take a break, because I think we could use one before we move on. Are there any recommendations for how to make the revisions acceptable for the task force that you are in agreement? So the edits thus far are advanced turf policy, support legislation prohibiting installation of non-functional water intensive turf, I have this question I want to ask you. Do you want to define it or not? In new and redevelopment and promote local adoption of turf limitations. That's quite broad. So maybe that gets at the intent that you all agree on in principle. Laura. You're muted.
The legislation does identify functional turf areas. So I'm just asking the folks who had the, concerns about how we're framing this with the landscape industry in mind. What if it said support legislation identifying functional turf areas or something like that? That's not exactly right. And prohibiting. So then that just gives the nod that like there are areas for functional turf. And that is again in there. And then my other thought, just if you could change that promote local adoption to support local adoption, because I think we had talked about like developing model codes or other things to assist localities. So that was my other question.
Okay, so your recommendation is kind of to include both definitions because that offers the balance that there are places that turf is appropriate. Okay.
Yes, and I think it could say identifying functional turf areas and prohibiting that. I think that language maybe could work, identifying functional turf areas and prohibiting installations.
I'll just be prickly. We're focused on non-functional turf. We don't like non-functional turf. Let's not put it in. Let's support legislation that's about non-functional turf. You want to build a soccer field? Cool. We're not talking about that. We're talking about non-functional turf.
Yeah. Okay. So question on the table is, do we need to include both aspects or are we trying to be focused? Laura, if you're muted.
Oh, no, I'm just saying I'm not tied to that. It might be a bad idea. I was just trying to think of like a workaround to address that comment.
Yeah. Okay. So Waverly.
As I'm reading and rereading this, I kind of feel like the more we put in, I think maybe the more confusing the main point is. And so I might, although I appreciate Laura's trying to soften this, I don't know that we need to add that identifying functional turf areas into this.
Catherine?
Yeah, I agree with Waverly. I think that we could take that out. And I think that if we strengthen like you said, Marjo, strengthen the partnerships area, I think we could maybe move on.
Okay.
So the second one, I'm getting to, I think if it says advanced turf policy or yeah, I think I can live with number 2 without the extra phrase in there.
Should we take a vote? See where we are? Thanks for, you're welcome. Okay, let me set this up real quick. We'll do a quick vote, see if we're ready to move. All right. All right. Thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down. There should be 2 more of you, at least, who have not voted. 1 more. Okay. Did everyone get a chance? Maybe someone stepped away. Okay. I'm going to end the voting section. If you didn't vote, we'll know. All right. 15-4-2, thumbs sideways. No opposition. Double check. Anyone opposed? Okay. All right. Are you ready for a break? Do you want to take a 10-minute break? Okay, let's do that. It is 11:12. Let's come back at 11:22 and we'll take the next two turf. They should be easier, hopefully. Fingers crossed. I'm going to use the break to actually bring in some of your comments from before and try to come up with a recommendation for the third one. Yeah, see you in 10 minutes. Get some coffee. All right, that was quick. Hopefully people at least got a coffee. All right, as people are kind of coming back. If you could, when you do come back, if you could turn on your camera just for a minute so that I can see that you're back in the room. Okay, we're starting to gain some momentum here. Rick's just going to be an empty chair. Let his presence be known. Okay. All right. Are CWCB staff back in the room? Jenna, I see you. Lisa had to step away for a moment. Paige is back. Okay. Okay, I have a recommendation as we kind of come back to this to maybe move us through the remainder of this theme more rapidly. At the introduction, when we started, there were two ideas related to, you know, how do the research themes relate to this, to the different recommendations, and should they sort of be grouped in any way thematically? And then secondly, with the third recommendation around prioritizing highest water targets, that should probably be struck because there's many different ways to do it and it's dependent on your local conditions and goals. And I'm just recalling a conversation we had when we were talking about one of the things that was sort of a best practice in non-functional turf was to ensure that you're clear on what your goal for your turf replacement program is, and that will drive the way you target it. And I just wanted to point out that down in the recommendations to it, or down in the areas for additional research and analysis, which I have now cut and pasted into the whiteboard so that you can quickly look at them, and they're below the recommendations. There were one recommendation to create a turf removal and replacement guide that would cover best practices, which gets at how do you determine what you want to target as your turf replacement. And so maybe we can strike that recommendation and sort of make sure that the intent was that setting goals is part of your program development. But I'll leave that open for debate. And then also under those areas of additional research, it appears that there were potentially 5 that are all related to, I mean, they're all turf replacement. That's what we're talking about, landscape change. But whether you guys want these to be considered as a group, which were recommendations, and you can scroll down to see all of these in the document, in the whiteboard. I've kind of pasted them side by side, and I can call you to this. But there are a number of these. Why is it not letting me see my facilitator superpower? That there's the Colorado Turf Totals, which is the recommendation for, you know, using GIS to determine the total amount that's out there, estimating potential long-term savings, turf removal and replacement guides, turf removal impact assessments, and then appropriate vegetation for replacement. They're not grouped together, but those are all sort of related to advancing turf removal. So I just wanted to highlight that if you guys wanted in any way to make those all together or leave them as they are, or reference them in terms of this theme and policy. So what I would like us to do next is hopefully not spend a lot of time on these two, but we'll see. But there are two recommendations. One is, I think, quite simple, and we might consider whether we just put a period at the end of it and make it a clear statement and just support state or continue state support and funding for voluntary turf replacement programs, period, to make it more concise, or to leave the language in. But I think there was general agreement from this task force that ensuring that there was state funding and continuation of programming and Jenna going forward was a strong recommendation. So I will open it up for dialogue.
I think it's a good one to keep in. I saw a similar parallel recommendation coming out of the Colorado River Drought Task Force. That'd be cool if both of the task forces said kind of the same thing.
Great. Amy?
I was just going to support the abbreviated suggestion, noting that a lot of those clauses at the end will probably be captured in the report, so they won't get lost. But I think just keeping it very short and concise, and like Drew said, aligning with potential recommendations from the Drought Task Force makes sense to me.
How do you guys feel about that? Waverly?
So since this is primarily around state support and funding, I'm in favor of the abbreviated version, but I also wonder if there's a way to put a nod in for supporting turf policy implementation of the above strategy or recommendation. The idea would be to continue state support and funding for voluntary turf removal, replacement programs, and turf policy implementation, period.
Can you clarify on the turf policy implementation what you mean?
Well, I guess I'm trying to determine, is this recommendation specifically about turf replacement only, or is it a recommendation around funding for turf replacement programs and also updating local landscape codes to limit turf?
It's my understanding that we actually have a different theme for land use policy that's at the local level. And my understanding, this was from y'all's perspective, was focused on the state, but I will let you all clarify.
Right. I just mean state funding for the implementation at the local level of recommendation 3. I guess I wasn't linking it to recommendation 6, but the recommendation we just discussed about support the local adoption of turf limitations. But maybe that gets things too complicated.
Frank?
I tend to I think I follow what you're saying, Waverly. I believe you're trying to ensure that this continuation of state funding coincides with the prevention of additional turf grass, so that we don't catch ourselves in this precarious situation of doing one but not the other, right? So I think that's what you're trying to tie together. And in that case, I would support that too. I think that would give us the strongest position to defend all of these at one time without being accused of missing up on opportunity. So yeah, I'd like to see that.
Okay, so on the land use related recommendations, I'm just going to look here. It says, and maybe there's the way the land use water integration statements read, there's 2 that are policy oriented. One is the promote irrigation efficiency, which I think is something we want to talk about and maybe move to next. The other is kind of broad. It says advance water and land use integration, coordinate and integrate water rates, codes, ordinances, incentives, and education programs to maximize the effectiveness of outdoor water efficiency efforts and better align municipal water and land use planning tools that collectively support climate appropriate landscape. It's sort of like everything. So if I'm understanding correctly, Waverly, you're saying that within the land use recommendations, there should also be a policy that says continue state support for implementation of local water efficient land use policies. Because that is something very different than the program that was created under legislation that was one time, that I think the
Right.
recommendation from all of you is to ensure that that is continued. So I wouldn't want to muddy those waters.
Right. I can see how broadening recommendation 4 on turf replacement and really focusing on funding might dilute the main message, which is that there needs to be more of this turf replacement funding specifically for that program. So, you know, really there needs to be funding for every recommendation that is being made here. So upon further consideration, I think if we keep this on turf replacement program funding, I'd probably be okay with that.
Yeah, and I'm just saying maybe there's you're trying to identify a recommendation that might be missing, I guess, is my question to you, that's related to policy, or it was something different.
It was just about the funding. So I think I can hold on that for now.
Okay. All right. So Jenna, then Laura.
I think what I'm hearing Waverly say is, yes, there are two different recommendations with, supporting a prohibition or ban on non-functional turf installation. And there could be a caveat on the one with voluntary turf replacement rebate programs or incentive programs. It's just the state and local funding investments can be protected by combining this recommendation with prohibiting the installation of non-functional turf. Because it's sort of going back to that conversation we've had all this time where they just keep chasing our tails. So I think there could probably be a caveat added onto it that doesn't lessen it, but just is a recommendation to couple.
Yeah, they're complementary is the point. Yeah. Okay. Laura?
Yep, I agree with all of that. I just, when I read support turf replacement, and Waverly, I think you just suggested adding funding after that. I feel like we're missing, right? Part of it's like if we're just saying like, what can the state do? Then I think this is fine. But I think this task force wants to go beyond what the state can do. And this is only about the state, right? And so we also want local entities to continue to expand and adopt new turf replacement incentive programs, and that's missing here. And so I wonder if we can like add something in about that local program level, not just the state funding for it, but that we want more folks to be looking at this.
Do you just want a second recommendation? Like, do they have to be combined? Like, we've got this advanced water and land use, and maybe there's another. But you're saying there needs to be a recommendation for local level action on turf, which we just went through. And I'm just pointing it out because, again, like we could pull it out and it could be itself. It's embedded in the recommendation we just adopted for advanced turf policy, where it says support local adoption of turf limitations.
That's new though. I'm talking existing, right? Like I think there's those two pieces. Like we just said.
Okay, so
like,
make this 2. Okay.
And so I don't think we need another recommendation. I just think like there's too many I've lost what I'm even.
So you're recommending, both of you are recommending that, like the one above, it reads action at the state level and action at the local level.
Yes, that's what I'm recommending.
Okay, so it would say continue state support and funding for voluntary turf removal and replacement programs, and
like
support. I mean, that's kind of what the state funding does. So it wouldn't be support. What would be the phrasing here?
I mean, I guess
Margaret,
this is oh, go ahead, Russ. You got it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off at all. I'm just totally support. I actually see a through line here, and I think Laura, we've talked about this. Waverly, I remember a comment you had early on too that said, like, if we're gonna fund these things, it's basically the project that WRA has a grant for now. Like, we also need to implement the land use policy that's gonna allow those changes to take root, which I think is totally makes sense to me to actually combine. So, and I agree, because it's not, you make a really good point. And again, maybe backing off of being too specific about the who, but the state funding is match funding anyway. It's not like we're outright paying for these things. There has to be local investment. So whether there's not state funding, we definitely need local investment in this to continue. So I would actually be in favor of honoring what I think you're both saying, but what Waverly, has said explicitly before, and I think was trying to get to, is that this should be about funding the program and ensuring its implementation at state and local level.
Yep. And Marjorie, the only thing I'd change there is maybe we could say policy and incentive program adoption or something like that, because those are different. Or
I guess I can take local out. It's in there twice. Does the policy need to be directive in terms of the types of policy?
The other thing I'm thinking about, my point is like funding and investing in the in local policy. And so we could go back up to recommendation 3 and just add, and support and fund local adoption of turf limitations. Thoughts? Rather than, you're saying no unfunded mandates? Yeah, admittedly, I'm having some trouble figuring out the right place to just recognize the state funding element for policy change and where that should go.
I think this is because there's that specific turf replacement fund that the state has, and we just want to make sure that stays funded. So that's why I think this calls it out specifically.
Yeah, and I'm okay with keeping that as a specific call out. So
does it need any of this additional language, or can we delete that?
I think we can delete it.
All right, so in principle, if there is a policy recommendation that says support turf replacement, continue state support and funding for voluntary turf removal replacement programs, and support local implementation of policy and incentive programs.
Got one more.
I'm concerned that.
Go ahead.
Can I go quick? Mine's super. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Laura, Waverly, Greg.
Just one word. Right now, the funding's for programs and projects. So I do think that's important because folks can apply for a specific project.
Ands. Waverly, then Greg.
So I do feel like and support local implementation of policy and incentive programs is very similar language to what we have at the end of recommendation 3. So I guess I would recommend removing that.
To clarify what Laura pointed out, she sees one as new development oriented and the other is retrofits. So
I thought Laura was,
which were you thinking?
yeah, I agree with continue state support and funding for voluntary turf removal and replacement programs and projects, period.
So you're removing your recommendation for inclusion of additional policy.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take up too much time with the task force. No, let's leave it in.
Okay,
I'm trying not to
great.
be too duplicative.
That was just a thumbs up from me.
Okay. Does anyone have any edits on this, or should we take a vote? Austin.
I like the idea of the differentiation between new and existing development. And I wonder if we want to call that out more specifically, because it says new development in 3 and 4. You know, it's implicit that it's kind of referring to existing development a little more, but it's not called out. Maybe we can make that clear, because it's important, I think, for legislators to know. It's like it's a lot more complicated for existing development, and we can't do quite the same amount. We can't be as aggressive, and you could read it fast and miss that point.
Can I put it in the heading rather than adding words to them?
Sure, I'm open to any way of doing it. I don't have a.
Okay. Everyone seemed to agree with that, sort of just clarifying that we're working at different scales. Okay. Okay, so let's do a quick vote on this and move to the next one. Keep going. Okay. All right, here we go. Quick vote, and then we'll move. I think we're just about there. One more second. Okay. All right, great. Making some progress now. All right. Thanks, everyone. All right, so recommendation, here's my summary of what I think we did with recommendation number. Hold on, let me get right over here. Scrolling down, we're in recommendation 5. What I understood from our initial discussion was that the prioritization for how you focus your turf replacement is a very local decision, and that we should potentially strike this as an overall recommendation, but that having a goal is important, and that could potentially be covered in the creation of, now I'm trying to find the research and analysis, creation of a turf removal and replacement guide that talks about how do you determine your targets. So I'm gonna put that on the table if there is support to remove this as a recommendation, or whether you would like to keep it in and reword it. Catherine?
So my question is not necessarily at the local level, but if we're using public funds to transform landscapes, and some of those funds are just going towards re-landscaping. I mean, here in Colorado Springs, we definitely want people to re-landscape in a way that is resilient and gets us to that reasonable middle of landscape water use. But I guess where I'm struggling is, do there need to be guardrails about using public funds for public benefit? And I think that's maybe what we're trying to get the intention behind saying focusing on higher water users.
Mhm.
And maybe it's really about getting to equitable outcomes, but just a thought there of how do we put guardrails around this public money so that the money that everybody is putting in is used for some sort of public benefit.
Tim?
Yeah, I've had my hand up and then Catherine put in the equitable part, which I think is really important. I'm actually okay with striking this. I struggle with it in a few places, particularly the highest water using areas. How do we define that? If we're going to have this, we have to define that. Higher water use per customer, highest water use per square foot. Are they being inefficient? Is it a golf course is a high water user, but they could be extremely efficient. So I struggle with this one because it's broad, but if we're going to say, or at some point, if we're going to focus on highest water using areas, what does that mean? And some of the higher water using areas might be functional. So I think this would, to have something in here, like we're gonna target a specific group, this would need to be rewritten, in my mind.
So Catherine had sort of proposed more broadly a question around, this is to Tim, you know, are we trying to put guardrails? Do you have any thoughts on that question?
There probably should be guardrails on public funding to do this, but it's not like we have a program that uses funding to, in some cases, put in water-wise landscapes where there isn't a landscape or where you're not removing turf, so you're not seeing a savings. So that's where that, you know, it's not always that straightforward and kind of depends on the goal. So it can be kind of gray sometimes.
Okay. Drew, and Patrick, before you sign off, do you have any on the others that you wanted to make any comments on? You may have already signed off. And if any of you do jump off and you're like, we didn't get to the one I really want to talk about, please just interrupt and propose your recommendations and changes. Okay, so I thought Drew had his hand up. I see Frank's. Drew, did you have a comment or did you disappear off of my screen?
Hand down.
Frank? Okay.
Yeah, with regard to what Catherine and Tim just said, I do struggle with this one in regard to, we've already stated that there will be voluntary removal programs, and I think that the actual process of doing the turf removal results in an entity that tries to determine the best possible site for that. It's not always the highest water using portion of their landscape. There are complications around choosing and transitioning certain areas. And then, like Tim said, at times I use public money in our programs to install landscapes where there aren't any, but we do that in a format that's not turf. And so, yeah, I just think the reality of this one is it's almost dependent upon some of the other ones. So I don't know if we're going to get a lot of value out of this particular one, because we'd end up explaining ourselves quite a bit, and I think it might be overly complicated.
So let me just ask then, is there anyone opposed to striking this one and using our time to focus on something that might have more impact? And then I'll come back to Catherine's question. Anyone opposed to striking it?
I guess just to be clear, I'm not opposed, but just to honor what I thought I heard Austin say earlier, was we're just effectively moving this to area of research. I mean, I think Austin's original idea, like I said, was kind of just like, we should rank easy to hard. I think that's the kind of one of the things that's this balance of maybe where at the local level, folks are coming from the state. Like if our job is to help advise people of where to invest their money first, they'd probably be looking for us to say, well, where's the biggest bang for my buck? In which case it may very well be, hey, look at your big properties, you know, look at your municipal properties, like projects like Drew has going on first, because that's your easiest, best opportunity for big area. But Laura makes a good point too. If you just have high interest in your community and that's where you want to start, that's okay. So I think this is just an area it'd be good to have more detail around, but doesn't need to necessarily be this lofty recommendation. It's a research, I think.
Again, I kind of feel like it's also the goals of the program. Like, what are you trying to achieve? So the research, I forgot about that. So if we strike it and one, it's either embedded in the how to run a turf replacement program, and here's how you set priorities for how you use your money. The research question was broader, Austin, and so I'm going to kind of come back to you to help me rephrase that, because that is sort of an addition maybe to the research. And if I understood correctly, because it's a little out of my expertise, so you might have to help me here. The question was, how do we identify, it was broader. Your question was around, are there ways to use irrigation policy for commonly shared areas that would achieve larger impact or benefits? It was a really hard effort, but help me out.
Yeah, I mean, I had raised the question of whether, you know, you get on average higher efficiency, water use efficiency in commonly managed areas. Does that vary public and private, HOA, whatever? I don't think we have the answer, so that probably is a research question.
Right, because everyone else was like, privately, we're doing better than HOAs. Okay. All right, Frank, Greg, and then we'll move on.
I'll go quick. So in our criteria for evaluating grant applications, water use is certainly one of the highest, but we also think about the likelihood of success. And I think when we spoke about that earlier today on an earlier theme, you know, that's where we lean heavily too, that if we have a site that lends itself to a better outcome, whether it's native grass or a planting bed, we might lean that direction, whether it's manageability or access, visibility, any of those other attributes. So I just think that this one ends up kind of coming out in the process. I think it'll be delivered through whether it's the native grass guide that Catherine's leading or some of the other grant aspects the state provides. So I think that we're going to get there, but we don't need to state it so much because it is really complicated to. If we only choose the highest water ones, I think we might end up with a wide range of project outcomes.
Yeah,
that's all.
I think our agreement is to strike. Greg, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I would support that. If we move it to research, the only thing I would suggest, and this is for probably a later conversation, is to broaden our definition of value. Like water savings is value, but the highest value landscape transformation, I think that allows some of these other considerations to come in.
Okay, I'll come back and make that comment. That's well taken. All right, so I want to ask a question. Our next theme is promote irrigation efficiency, and I feel like this is one you guys wanted to talk about, so I'm going to recommend we talk about that one first. And then there was advanced land use integration. Looking at time and just sort of being cognizant of time, the one other that seemed to require some significant editing was potentially how we talk about partnering with industry. So I might jump after we do irrigation, if that's okay with all of you. And then we'll kind of have a discussion probably about like, how do we deal with the remaining ones? Do we just take a big quick straw poll? Or do we want to defer it to some other methodology for determining inclusion? So are you all right starting with irrigation? Okay, I see some head nods. Is everyone all right? Like, you doing okay? We probably needed, you know, a full day of this. I'm sorry it's squeezed into one. Thanks for sticking through. Okay, so this recommendation currently reads, promote irrigation efficiency, require efficient irrigation design and equipment in new construction, and promote efficient irrigation equipment, management, and maintenance across all landscapes. I know you all agree with this in principle. Thanks for the flags. But I want to get to, are there specific elements of this? Whoops, I'll lock that down. That should have been locked. I don't know why that that you want to include in terms of the language that will make this better reflect the intent that you're trying to convey. So my general sense is, yes, we all generally agree. We're not opposed to this one. It's more about what you're trying to focus in on. So with that, I will open it up for discussion. Catherine.
Marjo, I like this one. I think it's good as is. I think it gets to the heart of it. So unless anybody has major edits, I just didn't want to see this one get buried under the turf replacement because I think it's its own thing.
Rick?
Yeah, I mean, this might be surprising that I don't have too much to say about it. I mean, I agree with Catherine. I like it. More specifically, what I like about it is that it includes design, it includes new construction, it includes management and maintenance. So I think it covers all of the hot button items that I would be concerned about. So I don't have any huge recommendations to change it.
Great. Austin, and then Laura, I'll get to your comment in there.
One minor thing. I'm just wondering if we want to put the word practices in there. Management. I'm not sure management encompasses a lot of, efficient irrigation is about the way you use equipment, not necessarily that it's good equipment. And I'm not sure management fully captures like practices of efficiently using the equipment well. Maybe I'm open. I don't work in the field as much as you all do, so I'll defer to you, but that's just one thought. The other thing is, what do we mean by promote? And I'm wondering do we want to get it all more specific? Do we want to say something like, promote and subsidize efficient irrigation equipment? That's what, California is doing, right? We're already subsidizing a lot of this stuff. And do we want to get more specific and say something like that? Or is promote, do we want to stay general and just say promote? I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Tim?
Yeah, I would vote no on subsidize if we're talking about new construction. We have the incentive programs, which helps, but I don't think we want to, at least I wouldn't want to, I guess my own opinion, recommend that we start subsidizing high efficiency and proper irrigation design in new construction. It should just be a standard, and this is what we do.
So the actionable word in this is require in the statement, which gets to, I'm assuming, policy. Catherine? Across all landscapes, good question.
Yeah, I think require definitely is okay there in the first word. I agree with Tim on that. And I think the term that I always hear is irrigation management practices, because it's the equipment and then it's the management of that irrigation system. So that's to me what I hear in the industry, but would defer to some other people as well.
Can you tell me that phrasing again? What was it? Irrigation management practices?
Yeah, so to me, I think it's okay as it is. Promote efficient irrigation equipment, management practices, and maintenance across all landscapes. Because I think we definitely want to require efficient design. I kind of like the wording as is, but.
So a couple quick questions on the terminology across all landscapes. Can someone clarify intent of what that means?
I think that's new construction and existing. Like you want good management and maintenance in new and existing. The requiring efficient design is really applicable to new development. And then we definitely want to promote irrigation upgrades in equipment across existing landscapes.
The retrofit. Okay. Does that get to the new and existing landscapes question that someone had brought up?
Since I brought it up, I actually want to note that, Catherine, thank you. It's not just when there's retrofits, right? Like we need to hit the existing just in and of itself, and then as well as retrofits. So thanks, Catherine.
We need to clarify that. Will that be clarified to people who are not in our dialogue?
The issue is that it says new oh, I see. You're saying promote efficient irrigation just across all landscapes. Can we say new and existing or something like that, just to clarify? Because I got hung up on the in new construction, and I was kind of thinking it all applied to new construction.
Livable.
I
Okay.
support that.
All right. Are we ready to take a vote on this one and move on? Any remaining comments on this one? Okay.
Marjo, Russ, I don't know if he still has his hand up from something earlier
thanks.
or if it's some.
I don't. I'm in the Catherine bucket where I don't know how to use things 3 years on. So I put the hand up. I don't know how to take it down. Thanks, Raven.
Okay. So
All good. Okay. Quick vote and then we'll move on. Okay. Are people still with us? I get that 10 people are not voting, so I'm gonna check in and see if folks are still following or they just don't care enough on this one. Oh, Greg moved to his phone. Okay. That's close. So we're within one. All right. Close enough. All right, we're good. All right, I want to move. So there's two that were flagged that I want to sort of like just skip around for a moment. We can come back to some of the others, but I want to take the two that people flagged while we still have time, which were, let's go to the one on partnerships with industry. And then second, there was a request to just clarify the drought recommendation. So we're going to go out of order for a moment to address those two. Are there any other recommendations within the hour we have left that you guys absolutely want to talk about?
Marjo, I'm wondering if we could potentially move to drought next, just because I might have to step out. And I do think that one could use a lot of good discussion amongst the group. But that's a personal preference for me.
Okay. Okay, thumbs up. Any other preferences for any of the others? So otherwise we'll just kind of go back more generally. All right. No one's dying on the sword for any of the remaining ones. All right, so we're gonna fly over to theme, I think it's theme 6 or 5. Theme 6. So at the very edge of these, and I can help bring you guys here. So if you just hit follow me, that should take you there. So this currently reads as Advanced Dialogue on Drought Management. Ongoing conversations and partnerships between headwaters and receiving waters communities should continue as they have resulted in positive actions. Examples: voluntary releases to mitigate low flows and high temperatures, which can be further advanced by continued discussions around water conservation efforts like turf replacement that are helpful for any community's drought mitigation effort. I'm going to open this one up for intent and clarification first. Amy and Laura, maybe you can both start with comments and then we'll kind of see where everyone else falls on this one.
Yeah, I'm happy to start, Marjo, because I'm curious to hear from the group, having had to step away for a few meetings on maternity leave. So I think, this was bucketed in question 8 of the initial question list that we were given to explore of how will landscape transformation impact drought restrictions, and was attempting to get at that question of elevating more of the why of landscape change when we have sentences in the document that talk about the relatively small use of municipal water across the state, and how do you capture some of these higher level themes of there's an underlying reason for why all of this occurs, especially in a hotter and drier future. I don't know if this is the right way. This was discussed in that section 8, saying these conversations should continue, read like a recommendation. Should it be in the section? I don't know. So I just wanted to really hear from the group where the conversations have landed here, and how do we recognize discussions hitting on that question 8 in the document in the most appropriate way.
Yeah. So is your question like maybe this should be embedded in the document rather than brought forward as a recommendation?
Well, I'm just curious to hear the discussion first of, how do we potentially capture some of these and where does it best fit? So I just wanted to recognize that I'm coming back after missing some of the discussion. So I wanted to be cautious there.
Agreed. Laura, did you want to ask a clarifying question, or can I go ahead and go with Drew?
Yeah, my only question, and I heard, thank you, Amy, it was helpful to understand like that you were specifically responding to one of the questions we were posed. But when I read this, just the focus on drought is confusing to me, because this is much broader than drought. And so like if we're gonna have this somewhere, I think it would be great to just broaden that and make it more water supply focused, or maybe that's not the best term, but just tying it to drought really confused me because it just is much broader.
Okay. Drew?
It just adding in a similar confusion. I don't remember talking about this one very much. I think it's weird to conflate drought management with east slope, west slope, and also turf replacement in the context. Like, I'm sort of like, why is this recommendation here?
I don't have an answer, so I'm going to defer to the authors for some clarity on maybe the source and intent.
Sure, I can jump in. And Amy, honestly, super appreciate you bringing this up, because I think that this is an example of one place where we did get a really specific, this should be a recommendation. And I think it's really nice of you to like kind of elevate that so the group has a chance to weigh in. I guess my personal feelings were I kind of agreed. I think we landed, and what I like about it is true to what we said, even at the drought summit and the discussion that you and Greg were both on that panel, and I thought it was, we need to continue these conversations. I think in the last meeting, which I believe you were still out at, Amy, as Drew kind of captured, we did bring this up, and we didn't get a lot of, I kind of summarized, and I brought up your point specifically about Headwaters community. So I do appreciate you elevating that. I think we kind of landed, my big takeaway from the group is what's most helpful is to not have to declare drought restrictions, and you should do whatever you can to continue long-term investments in conservation that help keep you out of that, because that provides more flexibility, which I think kind of rings true in that flexibility also going across the slopes. I would agree that trying to thread that needle between east slope, west slope, turf replacement, and drought, all the elements are certainly there. It's kind of hard to see that as a recommendation, but I obviously support wherever the group goes. But I don't know if Jenna has any other context, but I think that's kind of how that got in there and the through line of where we've been.
Yeah, can I just a clarifying question then is, if the sort of big picture was, climate resiliency comes from effective adoption of water efficiency standards and policies and practices, and it's better to be resilient than go through drought cycles. If that's one statement, continued dialogue is sort of another. So I just want to make sure we kind of land on agreement around like what is the intent we're trying to convey. Tori?
Hey, I'm gonna try to, I don't know if I have a great suggestion yet, but I like I don't know, I definitely am representing Headwaters region. I definitely appreciate the sentiment. But I do think that sometimes when we go to like East Slope, West Slope, it sounds like we're calling out specific entities. So Trans Mountain Diverters. And I do think there are things to be learned by the dynamic and what's happened, but I do think it's broader than that. And when I think about what I think the Headwaters priority would be here, it seems like we mixed up drought resilient or drought restriction issues, resiliency. And I guess what I want to pull from this one that I'm thinking is the most valuable is the potential for creative uses for conserved water. And so I think there's like I don't know, a frustration with Headwaters communities, maybe the West Slope, I don't know, I'm kind of putting words in people's mouths, but that when we conserve water, it's to build more. It's just to make room for more houses. And I do think that there's like an open question, it's a research, but there's also like a policy decision that the state could be helpful and that we can, all work together to find other benefits for conserving water. And I think that's where like the Headwaters connection to me to the Front Range and the municipal areas is really important, because I think that's where, and I'm trying to think, this is before I started, so I can't remember the River District's campaign, but there was that water conservation campaign that was like conserving water protects, water resources that you love in the ski resort areas. I think it's that kind of ethos of the statewide connection, and can we do more if we improve with water conservation and just build more houses with that water? So I don't know quite how to put that in a sentence yet, but I'm going to keep thinking.
Okay, so where do you guys want, like, I don't recall all of these conversations, so I'm sort of not helpful here. Tori is saying that like the compelling, compelling component here might be, are there, as we're talking about drought management or water management, are there, other multiple benefits that can come from saved water than just new development? There's the statement that is like around dialogue. There's the concept around drought resiliency or climate resiliency comes from like being prepared for not necessarily going into drought response, but being prepared. Like, you're the water providers. I can't answer this. So Amy, then Frank.
I think Marjo Greg was before me. So
oh, sorry, Greg. I can't see everybody. Greg,
That's
Amy,
all right.
then Frank.
Thank you. I just wanted to lend support to this concept because I agree with it. I think Amy and I had a great discussion at the Drought Summit on this. I think I agree. I think I'm hearing that this may not need to be a recommendation, but I think this would be a really good one of the whys we are doing this. I think some of it's for water supply, some of it's for meeting the state gap, but this could be firmly part of like one of the reasons we are doing landscape transformation and removing non-functional turf is for this reason, to provide more operational flexibility for water providers to for lack of a better term, leave more water in the river when it needs it the most. So that would be my suggestion, without any good language, to say, let's put it in the body of the report at least as one of the reasons to do this. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. That's well said. And you took a lot of the, what I was going to recommend too, is, I think there's a way to embed this within the report, especially with, consensus amongst the group in the question 8 conversation, maybe framed more as an opportunity as opposed to nested under challenges. I think I had brought it up to discuss as a potential recommendation because that's a little bit how the wording sounded of these, these need to continue. So, but I do think, it's a good sentiment to capture. I think it does stand out as potentially a recommendation that doesn't fit with the theme of all of the others and it isn't as actionable. So I would be supportive of, continuing to embed this in the appropriate, maybe under the question 8 discussion in the report.
Amy, just
to rest of you. Frank's had his hand up for a while.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Frank.
Ooh, I lost him
You're
now.
muted, Frank. Always got to be once. I think there's quite a bit that is able to be unpacked in this. So I agree. There's a couple of different sentiments that are underlying what this statement's about. And there's some recent work to determine how to work across the divide to accommodate what I'll call shared sacrifice. And I think this is trying to get to the fact that if one part of the state is feeling significant drought impacts and another's not, there's not equity in that in that situation. So maybe this can be split a little bit more into a couple pieces. I agree it could be kind of in the challenges portion, but I think what we're trying to get to is a change on the eastern slope in the landscape style might prevent some of the impacts from being seen on the west slope if they're not equally shared through water portfolio status. Kind of mixing a lot of things together there, but I think that's what's underway here. Amy, would you tend to agree on that?
I think that's right, Frank. I think that these themes are already within the document, but I think that's well said in my mind too.
So let me ask this. Do we feel that this is more appropriate? Do we agree that this is more appropriate to reframe and give direction to CWCB to make some modifications to, is it question 8, and maybe strengthen or clarify some of the language based on your comments here on sort of what your desired intent is? And maybe because it's most relevant to some of you, maybe in particular, they could just send that edit out via email. Or is there someone who really wants this to be a recommendation? And feel free to just comment or drop it in the chat which direction you think we should go.
While they're dropping in the chat, I will just say we did add a call out box, and I think that was part of the recommend. It might have come from a few people that had noted just to explain how kind of water moves across the state. So we did talk about that in a call out on that first page in question 8. So I think there is some strengthening. The challenges, opportunities were really just taken from the dialogue we had to date. But I really like what Tori, I thought what you said was brilliant. Actually, I think we could probably just take what you said and like summarize that. But if you guys prefer to actually draft it, that's fine. But I'd be happy to add that into 8 if you guys prefer to see it as a recommendation. Again, all up to you.
Tori?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards, I mean, to me, I guess I would like to see this concept as recommendation, the idea that I think we've come back to it about values. I think that there could be a better way to have a recommendation on values, and it doesn't have to just be the why. And I'm thinking that actually the work of the drought task force, it's almost like a lot of what their recommendations are getting at the same idea. That's like, if we conserve water, if we are doing less with our water for a specific reason, do we need any state mechanisms to help us, use the water in line with our values? And so I do think that there is even if it's a very broad recommendation, I do think that there is a compelling reason to keep it as a recommendation as the state looks at tools that they may need to tweak or develop or whole programs to align the way that we're using our water with the values of the state. So it could be a very broad one. And then to, I guess, one thing to the way that Frank just said it, it made me think that maybe it could be folded into equity. I mean, I think Marjo, you themed it as an equity concern. Maybe there is a geographic equity. And then I think like the concept of drought, like resilience and in drought could also, I mean, could be an equality issue as well, not putting our decision making for future generations. So I'm also wondering if it could be folded into equity or just a broad statement about promoting tools and programs and processes that that allow for flexibility of how we use conserved water, something like that.
So let me ask you a follow-up question, and then we'll go to Catherine, then Amy. One, I'm not sure I understand if it's tied to drought management or not, or if it's bigger. But is this in terms of direction, is it, you know, develop new state mechanisms that help us use water more creatively to align with our values? I mean, that's super broad, but is that what I just heard? And Tori disappeared off my screen, so I can't see any facial. Okay.
Yeah, you're asking me more specifically. Yeah, I'm trying to
Well,
think.
At the last minute of completely creating a new recommendation in 5 days or less, you know, the staff is going to need something more directive from you guys if we gain agreement around it. So it's like, put your thinking caps on now and start wordsmithing on a Post-it note and share it with us, or it has to be embedded a different way. So Amy. So people just keep popping in and out of my visuals. I'm not sure what's happening.
I was on mute. No, I was just saying I was debating lowering my hand so that others can speak here. You know, one thought was, you know, it may depend on where we take theme 6, whether we have this sort of broad policy section at the end, and maybe there is a way to add a recommendation towards this. But I agree, it's hard to wordsmith, and I want to be respectful that we don't throw out a last minute recommendation here. So I'm just going to pause and let others from the group weigh in too.
We haven't heard from a lot of you, so I would love for some of you who, you know, are also on maybe the Western Slope or have a point on this. Is granted, it came out of a smaller discussion at a conference. So how do we proceed?
one possible way to proceed, if this helps with the through line, and I think this is kind of what I'm hearing, but Amy, Tori, tell me if this meets the need that you have. You know, what I think I just heard Greg Fisher say is maybe it's not a recommendation, but it should absolutely be mentioned as one of the reasons why we do this. And at the very beginning of the recommendations, we kind of have this, here's some general agreement around just the overarching themes of the task force agreement that kind of inform the recommendations. I wonder if we could put that in. We could put it up at one of the top things if that was preferable, just to kind of capture it towards, like, one of the reasons we do this is to create flexibility and use that, you know, freed up water for, you know, innovative solutions to our future challenges or something along those lines.
Would everyone agree with that? Andrea?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree with the idea to move it back to the reasoning why. I think kind of what I remember from some of these conversations, and whether or not it was in this task force or other conferences and groups that I'm a part of, is that most of the states that we do provide water to have made significant improvement in their own turf replacement. And that has cut back on their water usage from Colorado, essentially, or the hopes that it has. But when things come to a head, can we also say the same thing for our state? And that's kind of, I think, a good segue into, this is kind of the reason that why we're doing this, is because some of these states have done it very well and have seen some good results and compliance.
Okay. So here's where I think we are. We might not have time to come up with the appropriately worded recommendation. I would say if any of you do want to play around with one, that what I would recommend is you send it out as a statement in an email that says, I would like, to add this by Monday into the report, and this is what it says. And we can all sort of respond via email on that inclusion. Since we don't have perfect language here, but what we do have direction on is to take some of these concepts that you guys are kind of clarifying and integrate that back into the report in appropriate places, to maybe make it clearer and a little bit stronger. Okay. Good deal. Do I have permission to move on? I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay. Then I'd like to go to the partner theme, which is, where is it? I'll find it and kind of bring you guys. It's theme 5, recommendation 11. And let me know if you don't find it. And we're coming back to this one because maybe there's a broader partnering with industry recommendation that can help with how we want to convey the need to work collaboratively to advance landscape transformation. And it might be an and rather than a word edit here. There was, within the dialogue you had around partnering with industry, a very clear, kind of more focused recommendation that was around plant materials, and working to ensure that there's efficient or adequate quantity of plants and that you're getting that market transition. And I think that's where this specific partner with industry recommendation is coming from. But what I am hearing that we might also need is a recommendation that gets more directly at how do we build the necessary partnerships to work together to build the landscapes of Colorado's future. So I'm going to pause there and sort of let you guys kind of help shape where we go with the partnering with industry recommendations. Do we edit this one or do we keep this one and maybe need to edit it, but add something? Or do we make a much broader, bigger, we got to do everything kind of statement? So I open that up to all of you. Tim, Frank, then Catherine.
Yeah, I like the idea of adding to this one to include, this is kind of specific, at least the beginning, about a resource shortage from a material standpoint, but I think we've all talked in multiple groups about the need for working with the industry to make sure these are put in correctly as well. So I think partner with industry or partner with industries could probably be one with some additions. That's my thought.
So just to clarify, Tim, you're saying for this specific recommendation that it should be plural?
I think so. I think it can be,
okay,
instead of having two separate ones. Yeah.
Okay. Frank?
So Tim, you're saying advance the market and partner with industry by creating demand, and then partner with industry and creating demand in industry, and then advance the market by helping them satisfy that through additional propagation. Is that where you're going?
I think I was trying to add in, like, there's the demand propagation on the plant side, but there's also just the landscape industry in general. That we've had conversations on advancing the education and those kind of things for that industry as well. That's all kind of tied together in a way.
Okay, right. I would support that too. This has been an important part of focus for our department and organization, and I think that there is a lot of opportunity here. And I think this would satisfy a number of our other complementary initiatives, such as ordinances and plant lists and things of that nature. So I'm all for this one. I think this would be an easier area to make progress in. There's great potential here.
Okay, Catherine, I'll get to you in just a moment. I want to point out, and maybe these get elevated. Right now, they're under additional research and analysis. But maybe they're rephrased and they get elevated into the recommendations. And there is currently two. One is landscape industry development, find ways to include all industry professionals equitably and create pathways for increased education and training by evaluating certification opportunities for landscape professionals with a focus on water efficient management. And then there is also under that appropriate vegetation, develop regional plant and grass lists with low water use vegetation options for turf replacement. So I guess my question is, are we elevating complementary ones and maybe there's sort of like it's bulleted, or are we rephrasing this one to include the sort of the landscapes at the beginning, which is the market, and then landscapes in terms of installation and maintenance? Catherine.
Okay, so now by the end of the meeting, I know how to lower my hand and unmute at this really fast. Okay, so I think we need to say something like collaborate with all types of landscape industry professionals to advance solutions to accelerate landscape transformation. Something really general like that, because then you could, I mean, yes, there is the plants issue, but there's such a broader skills, knowledge, ability, equipment, plants, materials, all that's all embedded in that we need to address. So landscape industry education, to me, that is a research one. I think that should stay there. I think we just need to broaden this one beyond. I think the focus is on collaboration to identify solutions, rather than saying, hey, we have a supply chain issue, we need to work with the market to address that. We need to work with installers, designers, maintenance folks, irrigation folks, the whole 9 yards to figure out how are we going to do this together.
Austin, and then we'll take some reflection on that proposal.
Yeah, this is more of a question, but I'm wondering what kind of information actually exists on who all the landscape contractors and landscape architects are. Do we have a database of that? Because I think this is a great it's a great goal, it's a great recommendation, but I'm wondering how feasible it is if we don't know who everyone is and how to contact them. And if we don't, then maybe a item within that recommendation needs to be to build a database of who all these people are, who all these companies and professionals are, so we can contact them and work with them more easily.
Yeah, I don't think there's an existing database of all these businesses. I like what Tim said, that yes, all the landscape architects are registered. But to me, the recommendation, I like where you're going with that, Austin, because I do think that there's value. We need to find the folks. But first of all, I think this report needs to extend the invitation, saying we're partners in this. I think we can get to the how eventually, but if this report doesn't extend the invitation to landscape industry professionals, then we've kind of shut down the discussion. So that's to me what the recommendation should be about, is saying, hey, we can't do this without you. We need your help. You're critical partners in here. The door is open to collaborate. if people feel that way. That's how I feel personally. I'm not sure if that reflects the task force, but that's where I think the goal should be.
Going to that great big picture then, there's been sort of a proposal here to modify the language to read, partner with industries, collaborate with all types of landscape professionals to advance. I think it was, is it to advance solutions or advance landscape transformation? I was trying to type at the time. Oh, great gut.
You might be able to say something like advanced landscape transformation solutions.
Okay.
Because I think that would get to supply chain issues, skill development, equipment.
Yeah.
It just kind of broadens it without defining it.
Yeah. How do people feel about this recommendation replacing the existing recommendation 11? Knowing that there's more detail both in the report and actually in next steps.
I like that it's more inclusive of the entire kind of landscape industry, from the plant growers to the installers to the, it doesn't call out one specific, so.
Rick?
Yeah, I was just going to expand on that a little bit. And I think Tim might have mentioned this as well, as far as creating a database extending all the way down to the level of contractors. But, you know, we have a variety of trade organizations that already exist. Like, for example, the ALCC represents those contractors. I realize not every contractor is a member of the ALCC, but I mean, we have to start somewhere. You know, then I'm thinking more broadly in terms of who else are we trying to reach? And Catherine, thank you for mentioning products and equipment. You know, then that led me to, you know, manufacturers, you know, Rainbird and Hunter and Toro and et cetera. And so, you know, the manufacturers certainly could be part of this, but I just thought that I like the direction that it's going, keeping it general, because by keeping it general the way it is now allows us the flexibility to bring in some of those other organizations without specifically calling them out by name.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote on this one? Yay, nay?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. All right, let's do this.
Okay, Marjo, I'm so sorry. This is not, maybe that it could just say consult with landscape professionals. I don't know if we need to say all types, even though I did propose that, but either way, that's really minuscule wordsmithing.
You say that again?
And I'm just suggesting to change my original suggestion to say collaborate with landscape professionals. So we just get rid of all types of.
Okay, yeah, got it.
I'm coming around to Russ's general wording to leave our options open.
You have them both in there. Clarify for me what that means.
Okay, sorry. I'm just saying that was just a joke. I'm fine with how it is, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
With what you have up there.
All right. All right, there you go. Recommendation number 11. Whoops, I made it. Start that for you. Two more of you to vote.
Marjo, Greg gave a thumbs up in the chat. I don't know.
Okay, there we go. That was it. All right. All right, I think we're good on that one. Good deal. All right, so we covered the two that were sort of called out, which is great. Looking at time at 12:42, I want to recognize where we are in time and take a pause to kind of talk about Monday and ways in which we could use Monday, and whether, you know, there's one more that we want to tackle before we leave collectively today, given our meeting ends at 1. So let me first start with, you know, with where we are right now, how do you guys feel about the recommendations and where there are still questions, concerns, recommendations you could not live with coming from this task force? We have covered, because that might determine how we use time in between. Like there might be just a few of you that are concerned about a specific one, and maybe an alternative to waiting until Monday would be 3 of you on email just sort of wordsmithing a recommendation to clean it up and propose it to the group, something like that. You know, I'm not sure if there's any more we want to strike collectively that we want to deal with today. So I'll just stop talking. I'm asking for a general, like, where are we? Where's the focus still need to be? Where are the flags that we still need time to work on? And then we can talk about the process to move those forward. We're a creative group. We can figure this out. Tim?
Yeah, I don't have any that I can't live with. I'm gonna, Laura had posted something in the chat about recommendation 10. And I think I'd be okay with striking that. It seems like it's kind of picked up in all the other ones.
Okay. One proposal? I beat you all into submission through this process. Through.
One thing we haven't talked about is whether or not we actually want to order these as they're listed. They are bullets, not numerically on purpose, and it is explicitly called out at the beginning of that paragraph. These are in no particular order, but people read the first things first and they sometimes don't get to the last one. So if we have things that are more important to say, it would probably behoove us to put them at the top.
Yeah, that's a good dialogue for today as well before we leave. Catherine? Look, I saw your hand go up.
I know, I couldn't get the unmute button in the hand going together. Just a question on that build capacity. I'm assuming that is embedded in the report now. I do think that is an important issue. I'm fine with striking it as a recommendation as long as it's embedded in the report. That I think it's just good to note that this is going to require capacity building. It's not like we can just start tomorrow and have a full-fledged set of water conservation professionals and landscape industry folks ready to go. We do need education, training, technical assistance, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree, Catherine, and I think it's a really key point that we definitely want to like make sure is really prominent, but it just like it was pretty, I didn't really understand what this was. It's so vague, and I feel like we are touching so much of it elsewhere, but I like what you just suggested.
Okay. So
yeah,
maybe
I'm okay with that approach.
Reword that one is what I'm hearing. Frank?
I think we're saying
sorry.
that could get, I think that we're saying that could get stricken as a recommendation as long as it's embedded in the rest of the report.
Okay.
That's what I think the proposal is, right?
Yeah, I would support that. We talk about building capacity quite a bit. I think there are some misbeliefs that there's just a ton of people sitting around ready to do this work, when in reality, most people are already fully burdened, and we find it difficult to take on new things. So building capacity is important to position this concept as still in its early stage. The tools are there, but there's not always enough money, time, or people to act on them collectively to advance significant progress. So I think we should point ourselves along that timeline, like, hey, we're ready to roll, but we need more lovely folks like yourselves.
Waverly?
Piles of money.
Yeah, which lends
another
itself to a recommendation, I would like to say.
I was just going to say, in terms of something to table for next steps, is that I know we're going to put those areas for additional research and analysis underneath each of the recommendations, and that may spur, additional thoughts of like what else should be included if those are included there. So potentially a topic for Monday.
And you're saying that within the areas for additional research and analysis, that highlights some of the needs for capacity?
I was making that comment just more broadly around next steps, not that particular recommendation.
Okay. Okay, so, okay, I'm seeing Tim and Mariel's. Okay. All right, so let's do this. Tick tock, tick tock. I knew this was gonna be a very tight agenda. On Monday, like getting to priorities, like I can send out a poll in the interim that makes, if we had another 30 minutes, I could do a poll here on, we could do a poll. I haven't done a poll. I didn't build one in for priorities, but let me ask the question, and please just put yes in the notes so I have a record. Do you want to prioritize these in an order of, we feel this one is, they can all be important, but like in an order of importance in any way? Is that important to you as a task force, or is it sufficient that they are in there all together? So if you could please respond in the chat, and then we can take comments on that afterwards, but that will give us some guidance from you. Okay. Looking like yes is the answer. Okay. And Catherine saying it might not be necessary. Okay.
Marja, you can send out one of those like ranked choice voting polls.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what you were thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Not to spend a lot of time on it, but just to see whether there's like, if there's general agreement on what should be the order, at least for them to be read. Or if it's thematic, or if like you want a summary sentence that says, of all of the recommendations, the task force placed emphasis on these three, and it's a sentence rather than like a rank order. So there's a lot of ways we can do it. Laura?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that I think it would be good to do some ordering just so people see them like roughly in our order of priority, but I would like to keep it that like these aren't in order of like exactly what we think the priorities are. I think would work well.
Okay.
Because some of them are not going to be, I don't think even one of us could say like, this is the order of my preference, right? Like this one matches this one. But yeah, so I think maybe that would work.
So just clarification, then it's more the order in which they're presented. I'm seeing some heads nod. Okay.
Not necessarily the order that it's presented. I get that some people stop reading, but like if your themes are alphabetized, like as long as we have some rhyme or reason why, I would be fine with that, right? Like if one of ours is financial or drought or whatever, as long as those themes and then underneath them, they're alphabetized, just some sort of answer to why we put them the way that we did, I think would be important. I think the numbers are throwing me off right now, like 1 through 10. So yeah. It's like recommendation A, B.
Yeah, and I use the numbers for this meeting just in order to be able to reference where we are. Okay, I think I kind of got, okay, so we'll try it. maybe we won't get to consensus on that. And if we don't, we don't, but it's something we can do in the time frame, I think, relatively easy. In terms of using Monday, you know, it will not be possible for us to bring everyone back together. And CWCB, I would love for you guys to come into this dialogue right now, because this is your staff time. One of the ideas we had would be to have, you know, like 2 sets of office hours, and allow who was available in the morning and who was available in the afternoon to comment collectively to reduce the number of individual comments on the final recommendations. Or, you know, we could do some work offline within this document in the interim to make suggestions that we could bring to the group on Monday that would be confirmation for AM, PM availability. It's really, or it could be, you know, we want to use the meeting on Monday, the recommendations we can live with, let's reorder them based on whatever we choose to do that. And we'd rather have an opportunity to focus in on some comments for other sections of the report. So I cannot direct the staff on this, so I'd like them to sort of say like what their availability is. They are on a hard deadline and do not want this process to drag out indefinitely, but they do want it to reflect your agreement on these recommendations. So CWCB, what are you capable of on Monday, given your work schedules? What are you willing to do? And then we can kind of bring it back to like, what do we use that time for? Because it sounds like you guys do you want to comment on the rest of these and not just sign off on them? And that's what I was understanding was like, we might have a couple more of these we want to work through. So open it up.
So my thoughts are this is I mean, yeah, we have a lot going on, and Drew, you know, maybe part of the answer too of timing is this is a lot of our resources and budget and time, and so this is the time and budget we've committed. So in addition to all the other things, we do need to wrap it up. We hadn't planned to have an extra meeting, but I'm not still entirely sure we do, but if we wanted to do the office hours approach, I think we can make ourselves available. I guess my 2 cents from what I've heard that maybe would be most straightforward is if I bucket out 3 things. What we talked about today, and I think I would include what we didn't get to in the Rex, the actual report itself, and then this ranking. I think we can put together the survey, Drew. I was thinking exact same thing, just something where you guys can shuffle it around. We can get that out to you. I think Jenna and Kat, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we could get that out by the end of the week here so that you guys can have some time to just shuffle that around. Should be quick, I would think. I think in the actual document, continue editing, but maybe what I would suggest is, given today's dialogue, do not focus on the recommendations and focus on the rest of it. Again, please be judicious. It should largely say what you want. I would use that litmus test. Can you live with it or not? If there's something that's just wrong or you don't think is said well, if it substantively changes things, we really kind of need a majority to say I agree with that shift. If it's just easy catches, of course, make that, we'll take it. If it's copy edit type stuff, I would say global comment of make sure you have a copy editor. We're doing that anyway. So then the last bucket, and maybe this is the most pertinent and most important, I think, and this may just take us a little bit of time after this meeting, we can take all these collective notes and edits. I think the most responsible way to handle that would be to put that back in a Google Doc that everybody can share. We can put in the ones that we did not get to. And I think that way you can see the changes that were made. We can add in, for this one around drought, I kind of understand that we have some leeway to maybe shape that. I think Marjo pitched it to everybody. If somebody wants to email us one-on-one with a great idea, that's great. But rather than leave it up to either we get nothing or we get 21 versions of it, I think we could just say we'll take the lead on that and put it in this Google Doc, and then you can wordsmith it from there. And we can maybe add in where we would call that out in a bullet above. So I would see Google Doc with all these recommendations, I think we also have a little bit of work to do to try, and please forgive us, because I do think that's a fairly big pivot that I'm not exactly sure how it works, but to honor what Austin said about bringing the recommendations for analysis up maybe under these and understanding there could be some orphans, we'll give it our best shot, put it in a Google Doc, and you guys can have at it. I think that actually takes the pressure off not meeting on Monday, but if something is not explicitly clear and you just want to talk about it or have a thought or something's more nuanced, we can make ourselves available, and we'll just do split meetings, one for the people that works in the morning and one for the people that works in the afternoon.
And just for clarity, there's 5 recommendations remaining, and it seems like the major edits were on the building capacity. So there are potentially, we could do a straw poll on those remaining 5 at the same time we do the poll on order of preference.
Yeah.
Which might expedite, is there a focus? And those, we could then say, these are the 3 that no one can live with. And those 3 go into a Google Doc for edits and suggestions.
I guess just general, maybe the right way to say this, does anybody have a concern about what I just said, rather than 21 of you or the people that are on telling me what you think? Does that approach not seem reasonable to anyone?
Russ, could you just re-summarize it for me? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Just
so
real quick.
I think just working backwards, Monday we will keep, and what we can do is we can revise 2 sets of meetings. That way you can pick the one that works best for you. If you want to attend both, great. We'll try to say the same things. If we get any meaningful input in meeting 1, we'll take that to meeting 2 to try to get some consensus thinking there. If there's anything big, my guess is we may not actually need those times, but we'll make ourselves available since there seems to be some desire. So that's the meeting portion. Then I think there's the Google Doc of what we will try to do in the Google Doc is take all of the recommendations that are the 5 we didn't get to, they're currently in report with any, if there's any tweaks, and we'll put that in there. We'll take the edits from today and put that in there so you can, everybody's seeing how at least we hopefully captured it right. I mean, you were live editing with us, so should be right. And we'll put that out to you again by the end of the week. Then there's the survey, which I think Marjo's suggestion is good. Survey can say, how do you want to rank these? For now, I think we'll just list them by their major headers and exclude the ones that we said to take out, so that it's not too wordy, and you can just say, I would shuffle these this way. And then we can include in there too, on the remaining 5 we didn't get to, is there anything major that you want to flag in there? Because that might be an easy way for us to help make edits too. Does
Okay,
that
got
give
it. I don't,
anybody pause?
yeah, I don't have any concerns with that approach.
Awesome.
Yeah, can everyone live with that? Okay. And we are exactly at 1. So
thanks everybody.
Please reach out if you have any sort of process concerns. Otherwise, thank you everyone for walking through in a very short amount of time to get to consensus. Really appreciate it. I think they're strengthened, and we will be in touch via other mechanisms very soon. And Amy, was that a waving a hand, not a hand raised?
Clapping.
Oh, okay. Great job.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Jenna, can you stay on just 1 second?